Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Ms. Crawford, Ms. Daly, Ms. Davis, Mr. Goldin, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Hannah, Mr. Henriquez, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Miss Morrison, Miss Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibbles, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright.
Statements by ministers. House Leader. House Leader.
Madam Speaker, today there is intended to be 3 statements. The Prime Minister is to make a statement on the DRM at the later stage, and the Minister of Youth, Information and Education will make 2 statements, one on education and matters there too, and the other on information. So she will have 2 brief statements, Madam Speaker, and then, of course, the order of business of the House will pursue accordingly. Thank you. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
Oh, jeez.
Assistant.
Where's the,
Can manage with this?
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the education sector has been hard hit by COVID-19. In March 2020, we sent home our children and began putting in place various programs to teach them remotely. This continued until November 2020, when we brought back 17 schools for face-to-face on a pilot basis, followed by a deliberate and careful phased opening of schools in recognition that we are in the community spread phase of the pandemic, and so all caution had to be taken. Madam Speaker, as of yesterday, January 25, 2021, there were 292 schools, or approximately 29% of the total schools, approved for face-to-face operation, comprising 11 infant schools, 177 primary level, and 104 secondary level institutions. Of the total number of approved schools, 216, or approximately 22% of total public schools have started to offer face-to-face instructions in all 7 regions for a select group of students. All of our schools, including those that have been approved for face-to-face, continue to operate using a mix of the learning modalities which are face-to-face, online, audiovisual, and the learning kit. The televised and radio instruction schedules have been circulated to all schools to guide their use. Also, the electronic links to the archived audiovisual lessons and learning kits have been shared with all the schools to support lessons at the school level and on demand. Madam Speaker, with regard to suspected or confirmed cases of COVID-19, 8 schools of the 216 that are approved for face-to-face across 4 regions, Region 1, 2, 5, and 7, have been affected by actual or suspected cases of the COVID-19 virus since the inclusion of face-to-face instructions as guided by the Ministry of Health and Wellness's assessment on COVID-compliant institutions. To date, there are no suspected or confirmed cases in Regions 3, 4, and 6. Madam Speaker, Region 1, which is Kingston and St. Andrew, has reported 2 schools that are affected, Donald Quarry High and Penwood High. Donald Quarry had a suspected case of a student being infected who subsequently tested positive. The school was closed on January 21, 2021 for sanitization and psychosocial intervention. The Ministry of Health and Wellness has advised that the school remains closed until they have completed their contact tracing. Penwood High had a staff member who tested positive, and the school was subsequently closed for deep sanitization and will reopen for face-to-face lessons on February 1, 2021. All individuals who came in contact with a positive case have been quarantined. In Region 2, which is St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Mary, Madam Speaker, Region 2 has reported that St. Mary High has delayed its reopening plans as senior member of the administrative leadership team has been exposed to the virus and has been sent into quarantine. This member's spouse tested positive, and the board decided to defer the reopening for a later date. In Region 5, which is Manchester and St. Elizabeth, that region reported 4 cases, 1 for Sydney Pagan, 1 for Fuller's Wood Primary and Infant School, and 2 parent cases from Monroe College. A student from Sydney Pagan tested positive on January 13, 2021, after which the school was closed and is scheduled to reopen on February 1, 2021, following sanitization and psychosocial activities. Fuller's Wood reported a teacher testing positive for COVID, and the school closed its doors for face-to-face lessons on January 14, 2021, and has reopened as of January 20, 2021, following deep cleaning. Regarding Monroe College, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness informed that 2 parents of students who traveled to school, these students are referred to as day students, tested positive for COVID-19. As such, face-to-face learning has been suspended for the students who traveled to school until the contact tracing, sanitization, and psychosocial activities are completed. These students have resumed remote learning activities. Face-to-face will continue for boarders. As a matter of caution, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health and Wellness has notified Monroe and Hampton that the students/boarders that have left for the weekend must be quarantined upon returning for 14 days before they are allowed to re-engage in face-to-face activities. Region 7, which is Clarendon, reported 2 schools being closed, Vere Technical and Kemps Hill High, due to a positive case and increased cases of community spread, respectively. Vere Technical closed face-to-face operation on January 4 after a member of the auxiliary staff tested positive. The school was subsequently sanitized on January 15 and 18, 2021. Psychosocial activities are ongoing as remote learning continues for all the students. Kemps Hill High School is now closed due to the increased number of positive COVID cases within the communities where the students reside. Based on consultation with the parish health inspectors, both Kemps Hill and Vere Technical are scheduled for reopening on February 1, 2021. Madam Speaker, it was reported in the media over the weekend that some school administrators were asking parents to sign letters of indemnity waiver in the event their child or ward contacts the COVID-19 virus while attending face-to-face classes. I want to reiterate that the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has issued no such directive nor endorsed any proposal for schools to issue letters of indemnity waivers to parents. Let me repeat, the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has issued no such directive nor endorsed any proposal for schools to issue letters of indemnity waiver to parents. Children must be educated, and it is our duty through the leadership of our schools to ensure all the safety measures are in place and are maintained without compromise. This is precisely why we do not approve schools for face-to-face without them satisfying the COVID-19 compliance standards of the Ministry of Health and Wellness and evaluated as being low risk using our risk ranking database guided by geoinformatics and demographic data. The schools are also monitored through announced and unannounced visits by the health inspectors, our safety and security officers, and our education officers to guarantee full compliance and the ultimate safety of our learners and staff in our schools. The schools, thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes my statement.
Go ahead, she has another one.
Madam Speaker, should I refer to him as the Deputy Assistant Speaker? Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry. Two questions to the Minister. Minister,
Mr. Speaker, the time allotted for the minister had expired, it seemed, and I move that her time be extended to allow her to finish the statement. May it please you, Mr. Speaker.
The request is the question is that the time allotted to the minister be extended so that she can finish her report. Those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add that within 12 weeks and over the last 48 hours, we've seen reports of children being mauled by dogs, victims of gunshot. The latest, age 4, children drowned in 2 separate incidences, and the most recent, 2 boys aged 10 and 8 years old from Discovery Bay, St. Anne, who allegedly ingested a concoction prepared by a community member. Added to this, the almost year-long pandemic continues to affect our children. Though young, they also experience the same anxieties and fears we all face. They too have been victims of depression and suicidal ideations. For many, education has been hampered due to a lack of resource in one way or the other. For many also, the time of lockdown, as is the case worldwide, would have been at increased risk of being abused, especially as adults' economic realities have been pressured. Again, because of the pandemic, many who would have had outlets for assistance cannot access these, such as guidance counselors and teachers. As evidenced by the pandemic, the preliminary data on child abuse reports received by the National Children's Registry indicates a monthly average of 780 for 2020 in comparison to monthly average of 1,145 in 2019. The CPFSA continues to respond to the needs of children and their families. The Children and Family Support Unit and our Field Services team continue to provide the necessary intervention. It has heightened the need for greater social protection and a collaborative approach by MDAs and private sector to respond to the challenges presented. We call on all Jamaicans to unite together for our children. It is time for action until we have come to this realization that violence against our children and the abuse of our children cannot be fixed by any one grouping. These negative trends will continue. Remember, I call on all Jamaicans to remember our children are our best asset. Let us together as one country work to keep them safe and protected from harm in all forms. Every child deserves protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, a couple of questions for the Minister. Can the Minister confirm if all the schools that have been approved for face-to-face classes have received their full subvention from the Ministry of Education to enable them to put in, for example, wash stations, additional sanitization, to be able to absorb the additional expenses that are associated with face-to-face classes? That's the first question. Secondly, could the Minister state what recourse or option parents have if a school insists on having the letter of indemnity signed for that child to attend the school? And if the letter is not signed, the child would not be allowed to go to school. What will the ministry do in a scenario like that? And third, based on the last comments that you made, what resources have the ministry deployed to assist those students who, as you highlighted, are the subject of abuse, mainly because they're outside the school system, they don't have access to online learning because they don't have the equipment or they don't have internet access, they are languishing at home. Do you have an estimate of how many students fall into that category, and what specifically is the ministry doing to tackle that issue?
Okay, thank you for those questions, Member. With regards to the question on subvention, all schools have received their subvention, regardless of whether or not they're back in the face-to-face mode or not, because they have to prepare themselves for when they are given the approval for face-to-face. So all schools have received their subvention. With regards to the letter of indemnity, that schools are reported to have signed, they cannot tell a parent that they have to sign that letter. And I've said in an interview already that if parents, anybody who gets one of these letters, please let us know at the ministry. We will be immediately in touch with that school board and the principal to withdraw those letters. There has been no directive at all from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information about letters of indemnity. And so we ask anyone in that situation to please let us know. And already I know from the ministry, we would have sent out bulletins to school to let them know that that is not a practice that is endorsed by the school and they should cease and desist. With regards to the resources for children who are suffering abuse, you know that there is the CPFSA agency that was put together, a combination of two different agencies to see to the welfare and protection of our children. They have been extremely vigilant out there. Every case that is reported to them, I know that first they reported to the ministry, but there's a team that makes it to the home almost immediately. There are teams all over Jamaica that will show up at the home to ensure that families get psychosocial support, they get counseling, they get, packages as well, and their circumstances are assessed and taken into consideration. And it's not just a one-time visit. There's follow-up work that happens as well. And I know that agency has been stretched over the last several months, but they continue to be at the site of these situations when they happen to ensure that there's some hand-holding for the families and that they're put in touch with the right agency within government for any help and assistance that we can provide to those families.
Minister, just two follow-up questions. There are colleagues on this side who have schools in our constituencies where they have not received the subvention to facilitate their face-to-face resumption. What do we say to those schools in that scenario? And secondly, the directive about the indemnity letters, does that apply to only public funded schools or all schools, whether they are public or privately funded in the country?
Okay, with regards to subvention and schools in your constituency, please let us know, because the records of the ministry show that all schools would have received their subvention. So if there's a school telling you they haven't, we would love to know that school and to investigate as to why they would be saying that. Your second question, what was the second question again?
Question was the issue of the indemnity letters.
Okay.
Is it for public or private?
So the issue of the indemnity letters, what I can speak to are the public schools. Private schools, as you're well aware, are businesses, all right? They operate under the Disaster Risk Management Act as everybody else in Jamaica. But they are not necessarily guided by directives that we send out. So when I speak about the schools in terms of indemnity letters, I'm speaking primarily to public schools.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Minister, for the schools that you have given permission to reopen, in regards to children who is at high risk and cannot attend school face-to-face, is there any mechanism put in place to facilitate and accommodate these students? And two, in terms of the schools that have reopened, can you say whether or not you have increased the social workers in those schools, or it remains the same? And the guidance counselors. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. With regards to your first question about children who are at high risk and cannot do the face-to-face, we've repeated many, many times that all four approaches are available to parents and to the schools. So it isn't face-to-face or nothing else. It isn't online or nothing else. It is face-to-face plus online plus audiovisual, plus the learning kit. We have asked principals and teachers to be as flexible as they can to allow students, even if they're back in a face-to-face mode, to also use the other modalities, because we know that there are certain schools that all of the students cannot come back to the school at the same time because they don't have the room to do the social distancing. So they have to use rotation where they bring some students in today, some students tomorrow, and they have to accommodate the online and the other learning modalities as well. And we say that to parents. If you don't feel comfortable with your child going to face-to-face, avail yourself of these other modalities. The online modality, the audiovisual, we're still broadcasting lessons on television, we're still airing lessons on radio. You have your books. This year, the government would have bought textbooks and workbooks for the first time and handed it out to students. And we're saying if you have none of the above, if you don't have access to online, or you don't have access to a TV or a radio, if you don't have electricity, then you have your books and you have your worksheet, and you can be in touch with your teacher. Teachers have been in touch with students to collect the work and hand them new work to do for the upcoming 2 weeks. So we're trying every which way we can. Additionally, we've started our intervention in communities, in which our mobile intervention, in which we're going out to communities to find those students that have not been engaged, they have not logged on online, we don't know if they're watching TV or listening to the radio, they haven't engaged with their teachers. We're going out into the communities offering small lessons up to 5, small groups, up to 5 at a time, twice per week for an hour and a half each, just so we begin to catch those who are, otherwise engaged, so that they don't get left behind, and so that the learning loss is not as significant as it would have been if they were not engaged. So, all the modalities are still there. Flexibility is the key word that we've been hammering home in terms of our principals and teachers.
Just,
Just a quick follow-up. Do you have the staff? Because I was told the other day that you have been, the ministry is now start laying off temporary teachers. Isn't that so? And if that is so,
All right, members, as you can imagine, for one thing, I just said that it's about 25 or so % of our schools that are back in the face-to-face mode, and those ones that are back, all the students are not there. At one time, during the COVID, we would have taken on additional temporary staff, and those might be the persons that you're hearing about that are not being rehired back. So, we have less students in school, and so there's less of a need for additional teachers to be there.
Madam Speaker, through you. Minister, can you give me the requirements that is being used for schools to get on the list of approved schools? What are the requirements for schools to get on the list of approved schools? And then I'll ask my follow-up question.
So there are many variables that we look at to decide where the school falls in the ranking. We look at the community, we look at the incidence of COVID. Within the communities, there are a number of factors that we take into consideration. We look at the school compound. We ensure that there is water at the school. There are situations where some schools suffer from water lock-off. We ensure that they have a backup drums, some storage for water. We look to ensure that they have spent the subvention to put in wash stations. There's proper signage that they have, thermometer to measure temperatures, that they have someone designated to be at the entrance to take the temperature and record it so that information can be sent to the ministry. There are a number of things we look at first at the ministry. Then at the Ministry of Health and Wellness, when they do their physical inspection of schools, they're not only looking for it to be COVID compliant, but they're looking at it in its totality. So if there happens to be, let's say, something in the cafeteria that is not correct, that's not right, they're going to require that be fixed. So for example, I went to a school last week that was not yet approved for face-to-face because there was an issue with the skip that's outside the school, well, that's right at the school gate. The bottom of the skip was rotted out, and so the Ministry of Health and Wellness requires that to be fixed. So when the school gets the report from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, it will show the gap. The ministry will then know what are the items to be fixed at the school, and it will take the action to help the school to fix those so that on re-inspection from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, they can get that satisfactory grade from the ministry. And together with the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information in terms of our processes, plus that of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, then those two would come together and the school would be given the okay to be opened. So that's the process that we assume. Plus also in this pandemic, we cannot have all schools opened at the same time. That's why we've been doing a phased approach with the schools. We have a process that we believe is robust. It is auditable. It is an objective way to help to open schools. It's not subjective, and I can tell you, I've gotten many requests from my colleagues, and they could tell you that this minister points them to the process that we have to get to that point where the schools are rated satisfactory.
Wouldn't the minister say that there could be, even though explaining that there is a phased resumption and you're doing it, there's a process that you're working with, but that more schools could have started its face-to-face if the ministry itself had basically dispersed funds at a faster pace in dealing with some of those issues that you mentioned that would fall within the requirements for schools to be ready for face-to-face. And is it fair enough to say that the tardiness of some contractors to effect some of these works have not been forthcoming because of the lack of payment from the ministry?
So remember, one of the variables that we look at when we are looking at schools is the incidence of COVID in their community, and so as is the incidence of COVID in the community, and so schools are ranked from low to high risk, and so even if the school got the funds and they made all the moves in terms of, they took all the actions to put in all the wash stations and so on. If they're not in the low risk category, they still won't be approved for face-to-face. So it's not because they didn't get the funds why they're not approved, and it's not because the contractor wasn't paid why they're not approved. There are lots more variables that go into the equation than just those two that you mentioned. And from what I know at the ministry has been quite vigilant in terms of ensuring schools have the subvention in order to carry out, in order to, ensure that they have the wash stations in place and the signs at the schools and so on. Many of the schools have been preparing for that face-to-face call. And again, it's not because of funding. It's not because of the timing of the funds. I know the schools have received the funds.
Minister, in some instances, it is not the school itself, but contracts that have been, or contractors that have been contracted by the ministry. And I'll give you a case in point. There's a school in Manchester that is on the approved list, but there is no electricity, there is no light in the school, in the classrooms. So they can't move any further in getting themselves prepared. Everything else is in place. But the contractor who should have been there months ago has not yet turned up. There's another school that has a roofing problem where the contractor has been contracted by the ministry, and again, which is on the list of approved schools, but cannot keep any classes if it is that they are to get to the point of face-to-face, because again, the contractor has been tardy in effecting the work. And again, I ask, is it a case that the ministry has not engaged these contractors because of cash flow constraints? Or what are the reasons then in that case that schools across the islands are in the same position?
Okay, so member, the ministry would have sent out $1 million for high schools and $500,000 for primary schools to help with their COVID preparation. With regards to the specific two cases that you mentioned, we'd have to get the specifics. If you give us the names of the schools, we will definitely investigate to see what is happening there. But I know that the ministry has been working diligently to ensure that schools have the resources that they need to be open for face-to-face.
Well, I would prefer if the minister could come to the House at some point to let us know the amount of schools that are in a similar position island-wide and report to the Parliament on how many schools that contracts have been signed and works to be given out. For schools that are on the approved list, that works have not been initiated.
Madam Speaker.
No. Minister, is there scope for cooperation or partnerships between the Ministry of Education and the community-based organization, where community-based organizations themselves have intervened in the situation with children who are not in school and experiencing the challenges in their homes, as you've indicated? Is there room for cooperation with those community-based organizations?
Sure. If I understand your question correctly, there is scope, always scope, for schools to work with community-based organizations. Right now, under a program that we launched at the ministry called One Laptop or Tablet Per Child, that's a way of the ministry working with private sector entities. Within communities, as you're well aware, there are many businesses that always step forward to help schools. Many individuals come forward to help the schools. That's always been a long tradition in Jamaica in our education sector. So there is plenty of room, plenty of scope for schools to work with organizations in the communities.
Madam Speaker, in the last 24 hours, we have witnessed or heard about the murders of 6 homeless persons in the corporate area, in the Kingston West Division, over 6 people were murdered in the last 24 hours. We have the Rocky Point plane crash in peculiar circumstances. Are we not going to have a statement from the Minister of National Security or the Prime Minister on the issue of the chaos reigning in the country?
Members of the opposition, there is no need for you to clap. The Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister himself is expected at Parliament, and I'm assured there will be a statement. We have just started the Parliament. We are on statements, and I am assured that the country, like yourselves, so there's no need to jump ahead. Just be patient.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm relieved to hear that, and I look forward to hearing from the Prime Minister. Thank you.
Besides, Madam Speaker, on a point of procedure, Madam Speaker, there is a procedure to require or to request of a minister, or more so the Prime Minister, to make a statement on any matter whatsoever. And it is not in keeping with the best tradition of this House for an open question to be made in the absence of the Prime Minister being here. And, Madam Speaker, the issue, therefore, is not whether or not, because I announced as Leader of the House that the Prime Minister is to make a statement. On such a moment as the Prime Minister is making the statement, questions can then be asked of the Prime Minister. And the Leader of Opposition in the House can ask a question like any other member. So, Madam Speaker, there's no need for grandstanding or any attempt to create any headline in this regard. And I recognize the freshness and newness of the Leader of the Opposition in the role. But I urge that he appreciates that there is a method and a process to be followed. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
One moment, if you'll allow me.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Education and Information will now make a statement on information.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, for this statement, I'm wearing the Information Minister's hat, and I'm pleased to announce that the more than 13-year wait for Jamaica to switch from having much of its population use rabbit ear antennas on their analog TVs will soon be over. Jamaica joins the rest of the world in beginning the transition to digital TV, or what we will refer to from here as digital switchover. Madam Speaker, the most...
So we can hear what the minister is saying on both sides of the aisle. And if they are talking, fine. I just want us to be able to hear what the minister is saying.
The most important reason to make the switch to a digital signal is because it will free up valuable portions of the broadcast spectrum, which can then be used for other purposes, such as for advanced wireless services, for dedicated educational channels, public and safety services, and other applications. For example, broadcasters could dedicate some of the excess capacity to educational programs for each grade level during school hours without interrupting their regular programs. It also means that Jamaicans who do not have access to getting TV content via cable or the internet will be able to enjoy more channels with better quality with their over-the-air TV sets when the switch to digital is complete. Madam Speaker, the discussion about digital switchover process started a long time ago. In 2003, in fact, as part of the Government of Jamaica's wider policy imperative to update Jamaica's broadcasting and media sector. The Digital Switchover National Steering Committee was established by none other than the Honorable Olivia Grange, the then Minister of Information, in February 2009 to spearhead Jamaica's digital switchover process. The committee produced their report on the recommendations on digital terrestrial television switchover in Jamaica in March 2014. Madam Speaker, way too much time has passed. The following are the standards which were recently approved by the Cabinet. We'll start with the television presentation format. Television presentation format will be high-definition standard technology that will provide significant improvements in the quality of what Jamaicans will see on their over-the-air TVs. For video compression technology, we have decided on MPEG-4, which is Moving Picture Experts Group, MPEG-4, which can provide twice as many programs in a given transmission channel. For transmission standard, after assessing all the transmission standards that exist globally, Jamaica has settled on the North American standard, which is the Advanced Television Systems Committee, or ATSC 3.0. Most of the televisions in Jamaica come from the US, and so it will be easier to make the switch. Madam Speaker, Jamaica has also settled on the notion of a single multiplex operator for which an open, competitive, and transparent process will begin. Multiplexing is where multiple signals are transmitted over a common channel, thus making the entire broadcast system much more efficient. A single multiplex system for all the stakeholders in the broadcast industry will significantly reduce the capital outlay that they each require to accommodate the digital switchover. So instead of everyone putting up towers and antennas, they can utilize this one system. Such a reconfiguration of the industry will result in increased television coverage for all Jamaicans. And if you think poor television coverage is not an issue, think again. Just recently, while in Portland to do a handover of tablets to a school in Buff Bay, I spoke with some of the students, and I was shocked to find out that where they live, they could not watch TV as there was no TV signal. So they didn't have online, they didn't have TV, and maybe they had a radio. That is not a situation that we should continue to tolerate in Jamaica. 34% of households, or 255,000 households in Jamaica, and if you assume 3 persons per household, that's 765,000 Jamaicans that only have access to over-the-air television sometimes, right? So this is a watershed day for those 255,000 households. Madam Speaker, utilizing a single infrastructure for broadcasting television content will significantly reduce the cost to broadcasters, including the cost of electricity to power the many towers, thus allowing them to expand coverage to parts of the country that would never get coverage in 100 years. All of that will be possible now with digital switchover. In terms of the process for implementation, Madam Speaker, in terms of how digital switchover will be rolled out, it will be rolled out in stages with the initial focus on the main urban centers beginning in January 2022. Broadcasters will be allowed at least 1 year of simultaneous digital and analog broadcast to give them time to change their equipment and test the new system. Analog switch off is set for January 2023. To support the implementation of digital switchover, the following is necessary. 1, a national DSO steering committee. This committee has been established and will oversee the management and timely delivery of digital switchover, national communication for digital switchover, and will make any recommendations for legislative and regulatory changes that are necessary. The committee is chaired by the Minister of Information, supported by Deputy Chairman, the Honorable Robert Nesta Morgan, Minister of State. The members include representatives from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, Office of the Prime Minister, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology, the Broadcasting Commission, Spectrum Management Authority, CVM Television Limited, Television Jamaica, Love TV, Public Broadcasting Corporation, Columbus Communications, Digicel Group Jamaica, Jamaica Association of Community Cable Operators, National Consumers League, Combined Disabilities Association, and Anti-Dumping and Subsidies Commission. There will also be a technical and regulatory committee. This committee will oversee frequency planning and coordination, address legislative and regulatory issues, plan and oversee the licensing regime for broadcast television licensees and the new multiplex operator, engage with the general public, broadcasters, retail industry, and other stakeholders around the digital switchover process and what will be required. This team will be chaired, or this committee will be chaired by the Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission and will include technocrats from the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and the Spectrum Management Authority. In terms of Project Management Office, this office is being established in the Broadcasting Commission to provide project management support, including the development of the digital switchover and switch-off plan, coordinate and interface with stakeholders in the digital switchover process, interface with the Spectrum Management Authority to coordinate the analog switch-off, coordinate discussion and facilitate cooperation and/or collaboration in transitioning transmission network from analog to digital. Madam Speaker, the Ministry is also working to finalize the Electronic Content and Media Policy and amendments to the Broadcasting Radio Rediffusion Act, which will allow for the smooth transition of digital switchover. The switch to digital television services with the new multiplex and new business arrangements will require reviewing the existing licensing framework. The Spectrum Management Authority will complete a full-scale frequency planning exercise before digital switchover, including a policy and standards document to guide the development of the multiplex. Madam Speaker, the government will be issuing a request for a proposal for a public-private multiplexer. We believe that this will be good for the industry in terms of significantly reducing capital spending that individual entities in the industry would have to outlay. However, Madam Speaker, the government is not mandating the incumbent to use this model. Existing broadcasters that currently operate their own transmission networks will be allowed to continue to do so, subject to their submission for regulatory approval of a promise of performance for the service to be offered, along with a technical plan and evidence of adequate financing. The licensees must specify mandatory carriage for a specified level of free-to-air and public service broadcasting. Provision must be made for the inclusion of at least one government-designated public broadcasting service to be provided on a cost recovery basis. The licensees should also allow for the delivery of television services across platforms and devices and support non-traditional additional services in the future. In closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to affirm that the digital switchover for Jamaica will help to position the country as a leading technology-enabled society in the Caribbean, thus bringing us closer to achieving our goal of becoming a digital economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, no doubt this is a positive development for the country. It has spanned multiple administrations on both sides of the aisle. Just two sets of questions, Minister. Do you have an estimate of the cost to the government of Jamaica for the switchover, and also an estimate of what it will cost the industry. And I raise that because ultimately I know there are significant capital expenditures required, and ultimately those players will seek to recover it from the public. So, and if the government at all is going to play a role in assisting or facilitating, and I'd use the word facilitating, not funding directly, but facilitating the financing for these private players.
Thank you, Member. The approximate cost for the industry is anywhere between US 18 to 20 million for this switchover. And in terms of, from the household perspective, given the significant reduction in technology, we believe a set-top box, which is a one-time cost to the household, would be anywhere between 4,000 to 5,000 Jamaican dollars one-time cost to buy that set-top box so you could get the signal, the digital signal.
House Leader. We're on to announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: the protected disclosures, amendment of First Schedule Order 2021, and its resolution. Report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motions for exemption brought on behalf of the Members of Parliament for St. Thomas Eastern and Kingston Eastern and Port Royal. The report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the coronavirus COVID-19 measures implemented by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, and amendment to the Jamaica Public Body's estimate of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 2021.
Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 22nd day of January 2021, a bill shortly entitled the Microcredit Act was passed in the Senate with 12 amendments for which the Senate desires the concurrence of the Honorable House. The amendments are circulated, and there is one typographical error there, where there is secured interest in Personal Property Act. Under clause 43, it should be security interests in Personal Property Act. Signed, Thomas Tavares, Finson OJ, CDQC, JP, President of the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for your consent for the Senate amendments to the bill shortly entitled the Microcredit Act 2020 to be considered and approved.
Consent is given, Minister.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, there are 12 amendments from the Senate, and the amendments speak to a number of different items. The amendments to the definition of spouse, amendments on disclosures, amendments on information that is, amendments on the substitution of a license that is lost, amendments on the obligation of the borrower to provide evidence that the person has the ability to repay, and that is instead the insertion is to give the microcredit institution that they may require it if they so need. Amendments on with insertion of the words Insolvency Act at the appropriate section in clause 54. Amendments to the fourth schedule. Yes, correct, Companies Act. Amendments to the fourth schedule. Amendments to, and some of these you'd have mentioned last week that we accepted in the Senate. An amendment to clause 27 and clause 43. Madam Speaker, you know, the bill is by no means perfect, not at all. And we're definitely going to have to relook at it at some point in the future. But I'm grateful to the honourable members of this House and to the Senate in allowing Jamaica to live up to its obligation and get the bill passed to meet that particular deadline. So I now ask that the Senate amendments to the Microcredit Act 2020 be now approved.
Those in favour of the approval? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Petitions, papers, reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Public Administration Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the coronavirus COVID-19 measures implemented by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information and the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2021.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motions for exemptions brought on behalf of the Member of Parliament for St. Thomas Eastern and Kingston Eastern and Port Royal.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam
Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the motions for exemptions brought on behalf of the Members of Parliament for St. Thomas Eastern and Kingston Eastern and Port Royal, which was laid on the table of the House on the 26th day of January 2021, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Whereas subsection 1G of section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica stipulates that the seat of a member of this Honourable House of Representatives shall become vacant if in any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or manager becomes a party to any contract with the Government of Jamaica for on an account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas section 41(1)(gi) makes provision for this Honourable House to exempt a member from vacating his seat for reasons as aforesaid, if in the circumstances it appears just so to do. And whereas the Member of Parliament for Westmoreland Western is a director in the following entities: Prestige Logistics Limited, a limited liability company involved in training, logistics, and motor vehicle import and sales. Hedge Fund Limited, a private limited liability financial strategy and management company. Western Caribbean Meat and Spices, a private limited liability distributor of meat, food items, spices, and farming equipment and supplies. And Horushia, a private limited liability business technology company. And whereas the member has disclosed his interest in these entities, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. Be it resolved that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the coronavirus measures implemented by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information and the Ministry of Health and Wellness, which was laid on the table of the House on the 26th day of January 2021, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved, that the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 26th day of January 2021, be approved. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motion. The protected amendment of First Schedule, Resolution 2021. Whereas the Protected Disclosures Act, hereafter referred to as the Act, regulates the reporting and investigation of specified disclosures of improper conduct made by employees. And whereas the Integrity Commission, by virtue of the Integrity Commission Act 2017, subsumed the functions of the Commission for the Prevention of Corruption, the Contractor General, and the Parliamentary Integrity Commission under the Act. And whereas the Tax Administration of Jamaica subsumed the functions of the Inland Revenue Department under the Act. And whereas in light of the above-mentioned changes, it is required that the prescribed persons to whom disclosures are directed under the first schedule of the Act be amended. And whereas by virtue of subparagraph 2b of Section 9 of the Act, the Minister may, by order subject to affirmative resolution, amend the first schedule by prescribing or modifying the categories of prescribed persons to whom disclosures are directed. And whereas, in accordance with the said subparagraph 2b of Section 9 of the Act, the Minister made the protected disclosure amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 and the 25th day of January 2021. And whereas it is desirable that the protected disclosure amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 be affirmed, now therefore be resolved by the House of Representatives as follows. 1. This resolution may be cited as the Protected Disclosures Amendment of First Schedule Resolution 2021. 2. The Protected Disclosure Amendment of First Schedule Order 2021 is affirmed. Madam Speaker, further give notice that at a later stage, I will ask for this resolution to be affirmed.
Questions and answers to questions? Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion.
Just a moment. Not yet. Not yet. Thank you.
Not a public.
Minister Samuda.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read the first time a bill shortly entitled the National Insurance Validation, Indemnification and Amendment Act 2021.
A bill shortly entitled the National Insurance Validation, Indemnification and Amendment Act 2021, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to allow me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, in regards to the member from Westmoreland Western.
Members of the House, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the House Leader to take the motion in relation to the member from Westmoreland, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Orders be suspended to enable the member to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, the committee expressed concern about the significant learning loss affecting some students who were unable to access the various modalities of teaching. It was highlighted that there was significant underperformance among some students at the grades 4 and 6 levels prior to COVID-19, which would be further exacerbated by the pandemic. In responding to the concerns, the ministry reported that there were several initiatives which had been implemented. Your committee learned that there was a face-to-face pilot which was carried out in November 2020 in schools located within communities that were said to be low risks. With respect to the Ministry of Health and Wellness, it was reported that there was an increase in the number of cases of the coronavirus, particularly in the northwestern parishes of the island at the time of the deliberations. Members were informed of the plans to vaccinate citizens in several phases, the first of which was likely to occur in the second quarter of calendar year 2021. It was brought to the committee's attention, Madam Speaker, that healthcare workers, the elderly, and persons with comorbidities would be among the first to be vaccinated. some members of the committee recommended that the ministry launch a public education campaign to make citizens more aware of the need to be vaccinated and to dispel the notion that the vaccine was harmful. Madam Speaker, in my second report, which has to do with the third supplementary budget, Madam Speaker, the third supplementary estimate 2020-21 reflects a reduction of 3.5 billion or 0.41% below estimates of 853.80 billion. Approved in October 2020 when the second supplementary estimate was approved. The Financial Secretary outlined the current economic context and how it was influencing government revenues and expenditures. It was noted that Jamaica's economy had contracted for 3 consecutive quarters. The economy contracted by 2.4% during the January to March 2020 quarter, by 18.3% during the April to June 2020 quarter. Then the economy was largely closed during the initial response to the COVID-19 pandemic, and by 10.7% during the July to September quarter. It was further noted that for the first half, April to September of the fiscal year 2020-2021, the economy had contracted by some 14.7%, and that the outlook for the economy for the whole fiscal year had worsened since the second supplementary estimates were presented in October 2020. The poorer outlook for the economy was no doubt influenced by the persistence and resurgence of the COVID-19 pandemic globally and domestically. Total revenue and grants for the period April through December 2020 amounted to 398.2 billion, which was slightly higher than projected at the second supplementary estimate. Although total revenues and grants were slightly higher than budgeted, tax revenue performance for the month of December 2020 fell 1.8% below target, and this underperformance is expected to persist during the last quarter of financial year 2020-21. Thus, revenue and grants for financial year 2020-21 are now projected at 576.49 billion, representing a reduction of 8.6 billion or 1.5% below the second supplementary estimates. Financial year 2020-21, the total expenditure is now projected at 850.3 billion, which is 3.5 billion less than projected when the second supplementary estimate was approved in October 2020. The committee was further advised that the primary balance for the financial year has been adjusted from 3.1% to 3%, releasing an additional 5 billion to support budgetary expenditures. The committee was also informed that a shortfall of 4.9 billion occurred in relation to general consumption tax, reflecting the fact that the COVID-19 restrictions continue to restrain production and consumption of goods. Corporate income tax was also identified as expected to record a shortfall of $6.2 billion. Other areas of notable shortfalls were education tax, down $498 million, and betting, gaming, and lottery, down $221.5 million. The main area of overperformance was in relation to international trade taxes, which as a group was up by 3 billion or 1.8% above target. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, the current budget received an additional 1.299 billion from the third supplementary estimate, increasing its budget for financial year 2020-21 to 78.897 billion. The ministry's capital budget was unchanged unchanged, although $87 million was reallocated within the budget. Largest portion of the increase to the Ministry of Health's budget was an additional $953.48 million for COVID-19 response. The committee was also informed that added that the ministry had a number of payables, that's the Ministry of Health, had a number of payables that were over 60 days past due, with its largest payables of $800 million owed to the regional health authorities. It is hoped that the ministry would be able to pay some of these bills from the amounts provided in the third supplementary budget. The Ministry of Education's recurrent budget was $111.64 billion in the second supplementary estimates for 2020-21. The third supplementary estimates reflect an amount of $2.296 billion as savings or under expenditure and $710 million in supplemental allocation, resulting in a revised provision of $110.054 billion. It was explained that $2.296 billion did not amount to an actual reduction, but rather $1.809 billion was transferred to the Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology e-learning unit to procure devices under the laptop, tablet in school program. Members queried whether the reallocation of $809 million from the $3.06 billion nutrition support program for PATH students to procure laptop tablets meant a reduction in nutrition support benefits reaching PATH students. It was reported that the decision to reduce the funds was based on variable data obtained from the Ministry of Labour and Social Security on the frequent fluctuation numbers of persons registered with PATH. It was suggested that the nutrition program may simply have been over-budgeted, given the explanation for the cuts. The JCF had revised estimates of $42.85 billion, an increase of $497 million or 1.4%, while the $8.556 billion allocated to the Department of Correctional Services was unchanged between the second and third supplementary estimates. Savings of $342 million from delaying planned recruitment of entry-level correctional officers were exactly counterbalanced by increased expenditures in other areas within the Department of Correctional Services. The committee was informed that the DCS had functioned for some time with staff shortages. The committee was also informed that in 2019, the shortage of entry-level custodial officers was 250, and in 2020, the shortage of officers was 282 across 11 institutions managed by the DGS, despite the intake of 111 correctional officers in 2020. The recurrent budget in the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries reflected a net addition of $255.6 million in the third supplementary estimate, increasing it to $4.431 billion. The capital budget, on the other hand, reflected overall savings of $403 million, offset by increases of $41.53 million, resulting in net savings of $362 million, thereby reducing expenditures of $1.137 billion. On the recurrent side, members citing Jamaica's continued low ratio of extension officers to farmers, about one extension officer to 1,250 farmers, compared to the best practice ratio of one extension officer to 50 farmers. Viewed the modest cut of $15.9 million for extension services that reduced it to $615 million as not conducive to production. In relation to the capital budget, another member highlighted the significant cuts of $163 million from the Essex Valley Irrigation Project, $90 million from the Southern Plains Agricultural Development Project, and $150 million from Farm Roads Program as going in the wrong direction when strengthening infrastructure and widely regarded as supportive of increased agriculture output. The committee was reminded that agriculture had received nearly $1 billion in support as part of the COVID-19 response. The money was being used to provide input, support, launch a buyback program to relieve inventory buildup. The recurrent allocation to the Office of the Prime Minister in the third supplementary estimate was $8.40 billion, a reduction of $1.078 billion relative to the allocation of $9.433 billion in the second supplementary estimates. It was highlighted that $200 million was allocated for road repairs. However, at the time of the deliberations, no specific project has been identified. It was noted that whilst there was no additional provisions in the budget for road patching, that efforts should be made to improve the roadways and make it easier for motorists to travel. Madam Speaker, I now close the debate and ask that the motion be approved.
Members, before the House are two motions to be approved. One, the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on its deliberations on the coronavirus COVID-19 measures implemented by the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and also the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee on the third supplementary estimate of expenditure 2020 to 2021. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to allow the member to take the motion, notice of which she gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now move that the motion, notice of which I gave earlier, be approved.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to take the Independent Fiscal Commission Act today, and we ask indeed that it be traversed to the next sitting of the House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, members, it is our wish for the Tobacco Control Act to be examined by a joint select committee of both houses of Parliament. But before it can be referred to this committee, it must be read a second time. So I now move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Facilitating the Preservation of the Health of All Persons by Restricting the Use of Tobacco Products and Relevant Products and the Adoption and Implementation of Tobacco Control Policies in accordance with the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which aims to protect the population from the harmful effects of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke, preventing the use of tobacco by children, enhancing public awareness of the hazards related to the use of tobacco products and relevant products in recognition of the fact that consumption of those products adversely impacts the health of individuals, prohibiting and restricting the advertising, promotion, and sponsorship of tobacco products and relevant products, and providing for other related matters be read a second time.
The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide the Facilitation, an Act to Provide for facilitating the preservation of the health of all persons by restricting the use of tobacco products and relevant products, and the adoption and implementation of tobacco control policies in accordance with the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which aims to protect the population from the harmful effects of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke, preventing the use of tobacco by children, enhancing public awareness of the hazards related to the use of tobacco products and relevant products in recognition of the fact that consumption of those products adversely impacts the health of individuals, prohibiting and restricting the advertising, promotion, and sponsorship of tobacco products and relevant products, and provide for other related matters. Read a second time.
Madam Speaker, I now move, be it resolved that this Honourable House appoint a special select committee comprising the following members: Ms. Marlene Malahoo Fort, Mr. Morland Wilson, MP, Ms. Crystal Lee, MP, Ms. Corencia Morrison, MP, Dr. Morris Guy, MP, and Ms. Denise Daly, MP, to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report on the bill shortly entitled the Tobacco Control Act 2020.
Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask that notices of motion given orally be recommitted.
The question before the House is for us to have the recommittal of the notices of motions given orally. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 19th day of January 2021, and the amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies of Revenue and Expenditure for the year ending March 21st, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 26th day of January 2021, be referred to the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all the members of the House, for consideration and report. And be it further resolved that the committee, during its deliberations, take into account the recommendations contained in the report of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business. Public business.
To enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
Members, the question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the motion, notice of which he gave earlier. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, Minister, Speaker, just proposing that we move to refer the estimates to the Standing Finance Committee, along with the PAC report.
The question is that the House be now adjourned and the matter now be referred to the Standing Finance Committee, which is which involves all the members of this House. House is now. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You're okay, Marshall. Members, we're now beginning the deliberations of the Standing Finance Committee, consisting of all the members of the House. Do I stay here? I can stay here. No? No. Members, the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives is now convened. Can I ask Dr. Guy to offer us a word of prayer?
Almighty God, as we gather here this afternoon to do the business of this country, help us to have clarity of thought, help us to do what is right and is best for Jamaica land we love. Help us as we deliberate the business of this House, that we may come through it having done good for the people of Jamaica. For these and all other mercies we ask in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Guy. Members, you may recall that on the 19th of January, 2021, the House of Representatives, by resolution, referred the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, to the Public Administrations and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. The committee's report was laid on the table of the House and approved by this House earlier today at the sitting. The third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the year ending March 31st, 2021 are now before us for consideration and report. We will also take into account the content of the Public Administration and Appropriations Committee of the House of Representatives on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2020. Members, are we ready to start the deliberations? And I would ask that House Leader guide us as to how we will proceed. Are we going to go put the entire book before the House, or are we going to go by departments? How do we wish to proceed? Members, how are we going to proceed? Can I be guided? How do the members wish for us to proceed? House Leader, we can put the entire pages?
Yes, Chair, I would suggest we put the entire book, the pages, and then if there is a particular...
Let me just, maybe just a few opening remarks, because there are some amendments to be tabled. I just want to explain what those amendments are.
Yes, after which we could put the book, and if there is a particular page that anyone would like to have discussed or looked at, then you can do so. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair and House Leader. The supplementary estimates 2021 provide for total government expenditure of $850 billion, which is $3.5 billion or 0.3% less than the second supplementary estimates approved in October of 2020. The adjustments have been contained in a non-debt expenditure, which reflects reduction in recurrent expenditure of $2 billion and $1.5 billion in capital expenditure. There's been no adjustment in the public debt service or below-the-line payments. The COVID-19 pandemic has severely curtailed the ability of some ministries, departments, and agencies to complete some of the programmed activities, including the recruitment of staff. These amounts have either been redirected to support critical areas of operations or cut from the budget. Reductions under the capital budget are driven mainly by the utilization levels of the projects to date and projected expenditure to the end of the financial year. As a result of the budgeted adjustments, central government expenditure at the third supplementary estimates now consists of non-debt expenditure of $518 billion, made up of compensation of $224 billion, recurrent programs of $241.4 billion, and capital of $52 billion, public debt service of $294.8 billion, and non-debt below-the-line expenditure of $37 billion. As seen on page 1 of the Standing Finance Committee amendments, here I'm talking about amendments tabled today. The amendments do not affect the overall expenditure numbers or the breakout between capital and recurrent expenditures, which have remained as presented in the 2021 third supplementary estimates. The amendments relate primarily to reallocations requested by MDAs, as well as some editing changes. The amendments related to the Forestry Department, Head 19046 under the MEGJC portfolio, and Head 21046 under Ministry of Housing, Urban Renewal, etc., corrected the entries showing the budget transfers between the two heads as a consequence of the September 20 assignment of the Forestry Department from the portfolio of MEGJC to the new Ministry of Housing and Urban Renewal portfolio. Please note that the revised estimates of Head 19046 now reflects the sum actually spent between April and September of 2020 prior to the transfer of the department to the new portfolio Head 2106. An amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies Estimate of Revenue Expenditure has also been provided to reflect the provision of $17.5 million to the Montego Bay Metro by the central government.
So, Minister, are we going to put the heads, the whole book, starting from the head 01000 down to 72,000? Members, are we all in agreement as members? All right, I now put to this committee the heads 01000 straight down to the head 72,000C. Those in favor? Those against?
Madam Chairman, where do we ask the questions?
The ayes.
Madam Chairman.
We have some questions to ask. I don't mind taking the entire book, but I'd like to ask some questions before, and then we can take the book as a whole. But members have questions that they would like to ask.
Yes. We're going to allow for a few questions before we put the entire book. Beg your pardon?
Madam Chair.
Why
indicate the pages.
To predetermine that?
Member just said he.
Paraphrasing with a little poetic touch.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, before I ask the specific questions, just a general comment. We are disappointed that the government is spending less at this particular time. While we recognize the reduction in revenues, the inflows into the government, there are particular priorities that we believe must be actioned. Just today, the U.S. Department of Agriculture released an economic research service report which shows that 12.8% of the Jamaican population is what they consider to be food insecure. Those are persons who are not consuming sufficient amount of food per day based on their calculation. This represents a 100% increase from the figure last year. And of the countries that were surveyed in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, Jamaica represents the largest single increase of any country. So we do have a priority here. This data would confirm what I think most of us in this House have to deal with on a day-to-day basis in terms of the requests that we get from our constituents, which quite frankly now come down to food. People who come to your office asking you for food. This is a priority that I don't believe we can further delay. There are other areas that I believe require investment, and investment, for example, in agriculture, in manufacturing, but our most vulnerable need intervention now. I'm fully aware that we are going into the budget debate exercise and there may be announcements made there, but we have emergencies now that I don't believe can be delayed further. I have some specific questions, Minister. In relation to pensions, the report indicates that approximately $2 billion has been, and I use the term saved, in terms of pension payments, and that has arisen from the fact that the Ministry of Finance has now implemented strictly the policy of life certificates for pensioners. In December, I had to raise publicly an issue where over 3,000 pensioners did not receive their December payments. I can say with certainty that a number of those pensioners were persons who completed their life certificates for the quarter, submitted them for the quarter, and for whatever reason did not receive their payments. 3,000 out of 35,000 is a relatively large number for pensioners not to receive their December payment. And the $2 billion is a large figure in the context of the overall reduction in government spending. So I'd like to ask the Minister specifically, does the $2 billion derive from those persons who would not have been paid in December, and what percentage of that would derive from that? I can also say to the Minister before you answer that there are still pensioners who have not received their December payments, even though January payments have been made. And there still seems to be some issues with the Accountant General's Department reconciling the receipt of these life certificates for persons who physically drop them off. You want to take that one? I have more.
So first, member, with respect to the cuts, we haven't cut any activity that is related to social support or related to things that are ongoing. The areas that have been cut, right, the media is focused on the wrong things. The areas that have been cut are areas that are activities such as that are not taking place, such as the local government elections, from which we saved approximately $940 million. We did not go through with a catastrophe bond. That was about $1 billion. And areas such as those. I will speak more definitively. I totally, understand where you're coming from. You may not have, all of the data or the latest data, but right, Jamaica, we have navigated this crisis. We have absorbed it. We have been able to respond. But the path ahead is going to require a certain degree of focus. The path that keeps us on a track of stability is a very narrow one because of the debt dynamics. With the second supplementary estimates were conditioned on a 7.6% decline or contraction in the economy. The third supplementary estimates are conditioned on an 11.6% decline in the economy. Without much change in our borrowing, just by that contraction in the denominator, we are likely to see by the end of March a debt to GDP that could be in the range of 108, 109, 110. That is the kind of space that you will know from Jamaica's sort of recent experience, where our room and the corridor is extremely narrowed. The third supplementary estimates speak to the remaining 2 months of the fiscal year. January is already done. The warrants have already been signed for January. So here we're talking about adjustments for the 2 remaining months. And in many cases, they're tidying up adjustments where, as I'm sure you'll ask the questions and I will respond, where ministries, departments, and agencies are unable to complete the expenditure for this year. With respect to the question on pension, no, the explanation that you provide is not correct for the $2 billion reduction. We budget for pensions. There are 2 sources for pension expenditure. The first source is new pensioners who retire, persons who come off of the employment roster and go into pension status. The second source of pension expenditure are the persons who were pensioners last year, who you continue to pay. For this year, 2021, we are paying 35,824 pensioners. For last year, we paid 35,600. So in terms of the pensioners who are carried over, we are paying as many as we paid last year. Where we had an overestimate is in relation to the new pensioners, the persons who leave the public sector and become pensioners. And the reason why we budget for that separately is because those can be large amounts. Many people opt to take a lump sum along with a reduced pension. And the lump sum can be several millions of dollars per person. It can be $10 million, $5 million, 15, 18, as the case may be. So when you have the number of persons opting to retire, that number being much less than you had projected, you end up with a savings. Now, I will say that we have had this is not the first year we've had this issue, and I have a graph that I'm going to circulate later for you to see it. We've had this issue in the last 3 financial years. And it arises because of the public pension reform, where the retirement age changes from 60 to 65, 1 year per year since the passage of the public pension reform. And that has made the decision-making, has changed decision-making matrix and has made it more difficult to predict the number of people retiring. So the reduction or the savings of $2 billion is 100% to do with the over-provision for the number of new people retiring. And I'll put it to you this way, that in this year, the savings represents about 5% or thereabouts of the total pension budgets. Last year, we had a similar savings, and it was 9%, and it was a non-COVID year with no life certificate issues. Last year, the savings in the second or third supplementary estimates, the third, was 9% of the budget, of the pension budgets. This year, the savings is 5% of the pension budget, 100% because overestimation of the new persons retiring and leaving the public service.
How many persons would you have estimated that you anticipated to retire but who have remained in the public service that would account for that $2 billion figure?
Yeah, I don't have the number of persons, but I can tell you that we have 35,826 pensioners now, and last year we had 35,600 pensioners. Okay, 35,800 that we are paying. And as I said, I'm going to circulate a table later on during my presentation that shows the actual pension expenditure over the last few years and how much we budgeted for with the budget. And you'll see that in 17, 18, 18, 19, 19, 20, so this will be the 4th year where we are having a savings at this part of the year. In 17, 18, the savings was $3 billion or 9%. In 18, 19, the savings was $1.2 billion or 3%. Last year, the savings was $3 billion or 9%. And this year, the savings is $2 billion or 5%. And again, it's much better, much better to have over-provided, okay? But the challenge has been with the new pension matrix or pension regulations, pension law, and the change in retirement date in terms of the number of people and the dynamics about, the age has changed to 63, should I go, should I not, etc.
I wanted to just ask you, Minister, given that you've accrued this windfall of $2 billion through the overestimation of the number of persons retiring, why didn't you apply that $2 billion towards another compassionate grant for persons who haven't received anything in terms of any kind of support of that nature since the first one was paid in May last year or thereabouts?
So we have as yet expenditure that will be in our January payments for care program related activities. It's not care program activities have stopped. Payments are going out in January. We will have payments in February as well related to different components of it and so forth. So it's not that those activities have stopped. What we are faced here with the third supplementary estimates is that the revenues for the fiscal year ending March 31st are projected to be $8.6 billion below what was approved in the second supplementary estimates. Now, this is in a context where we're looking at the potential rise in debt to GDP to the regions I mentioned earlier, as much as 109 or 110%. So our options in light of a revenue decline of that magnitude that occur at the same time that we have increased expenditure demand from the Ministry of Health and from the security services. So it's going in the opposite direction. We have revenue falling, but we have increased expenditure needs in health and security. The way in which we are financing that, and that's 8.6 plus say $2 billion of extra expenditure, $10.6 billion overall to finance, we're financing that with the majority of it coming from a primary balance reduction. And with the remainder, we are taking up the savings that naturally accrue from activities that we have postponed, local government elections, the CAT bond, and from the savings on the over-provision for pensions.
You wanted to? I wanted to go to the CAT bond. Does it mean that the country has currently no coverage whatsoever if there is a catastrophe?
No, not at all. We have a multi-layer. I mean, I've been probably one of the more passionate persons for disaster risk management on the fiscal side, and we have a multi-layer approach. The first approach is that every year we make a budgetary allocation that sits in the current year's budget. Above that, we have our contingencies fund, and we had transferred $4 billion to that contingencies fund, which we have drawn down twice since and replenished. And that exists in terms, to help us in terms of natural disaster. We drew down on it in the pandemic, and we drew down on it during the recent, the heavy rainfalls, and we replenished. So we have that layer of protection. Then we have an IDB facility that provides, it's a contingent credit facility that provides or would provide up to 40 billion Jamaican dollars in the event of a natural disaster that triggers certain parameters. And then on top of that, we have the Caribbean Catastrophe Reinsurance Facility, which covers us for excess rainfall, earthquake, and hurricane. So that's 4 layers of coverage. We were planning to add a 5th layer, which is a catastrophe bond, but with the pandemic, what happened is that we got a call first from the World Bank. As you know, we're doing it with the World Bank, where they informed us that the markets closed. We were planning to place this in April of this year, but with the pandemic and the elevated risk due to the pandemic, the persons who provide new coverage, went into shelter, and they didn't see the markets reopening. I've been badgering them and calling them every few months to get a prognosis, and the earliest that we are likely to be able to go back into that market and get coverage is going to be first quarter of 2021, and we hope to be able to do so. I should add that in December of this year, December 2020, December of this fiscal year, we received a $500 million payout from the Caribbean Catastrophe Reinsurance Facility in relation to Hurricanes Zeta and Eta for our excess rainfall coverage. And this represents the very, very first time that we have received a payout from the CRIF facility. But it shows that disaster risk financing matters.
So, Minister, what layer of protection, what volume, monetary volume of protection are we not able to access as a result of the market being closed and the decision to defer this expenditure to next fiscal year, if that's what you're doing?
Yeah, so what we are going to do, it's very, I was very disappointed that we're unable to do it. We had spent the last few years lobbying our major partners, right? And the case being that we have, done all this reform and we've gotten our debt down. And the last thing we want, is to be exposed to a hurricane that could set us back. If you could assist us with the premium, once our debt gets further reduced, we can take it up from then. And one by one, we ended up getting support from the US government to the tune of $5 million US. We got support from the Canadian government to the tune of, I think, $5 million US, or it could be a little higher. And we got support from a facility called the GRIF facility, which is funded by the UK government and the German government to the tune of $15 million. This is just by advocacy. None of this was available. This is going to their capitals, sitting down with their officials and making the case. So we got $20 million of grant support, which was to come into our budget to pay the premium once per year, right? So the $900 million that we had in this budget this year, it was financed by a grant, which would not be available anyway because the grant is you can't shuffle it and use it for something else. So what we're planning to do, took 2 years of detailed modeling using World Bank technical experts and, very technocratic stuff. We were planning to secure a cat bond that would cover us. Now, the extent of the coverage would depend on final negotiations and, parameters, where it kicks in, where it doesn't kick in, and so forth. So it's not useful to talk about it in abstract without all the other terms. But we are unable to place that instrument because there's no provider, there's nobody stepping forward wanting to take on new risk in the pandemic, or so we have been informed in writing by the World Bank.
Even as you must have had some rough range of parameters of what you expected to get in terms of cover from it.
Yeah, it could be, it could be the range depending on many parameters in terms of how much risk you want to retain, what is the excess, what is the deductible, all of those parameters, whether it is, a coverage for something where the eye passes over Jamaica or something where all of those metrics. But we're looking in, somewhere in the region of, let's say, 140 million to 200 million US dollars or thereabouts. So, 30 billion.
Minister, can you confirm whether the tourism grants under the COVID care program are still going to be paid out? There were small businesses who went through Exim Bank, applied. They got letters of confirmation back in November indicating that disbursements would be made within a week. Many of them went ahead and made commitments. Since then, they haven't been able to get any definitive word as to whether the sums that have been approved are going to be paid. And is it a result of the fiscal challenges that you're facing that have delayed this?
No, thank you for that question and the opportunity to clarify it. No, the persons who applied for COVID tourism grants and who qualify for them will absolutely be paid. The funds are available. What happened, though the Exim Bank is the responsible agency in terms of administering these payments, at the end of the day, I can't stop and say, look, it's them. All right, I can to a certain extent, but they seemed to be processing things that were out of, out of line with the revenues of the entities in terms of percentages and so forth. So they had to just relook at it, and I believe the payments will be made, shortly. I don't see there should be an impediment to payment.
Can you give a specific, even a ballpark time range? Because there are people who are probably spent the money already and they are depending on this. And as you know, there are small businesses.
I would really, when it comes to timelines like that, I'm not going to go and put myself without talking to the people who are actually, I'm policy, right? We make policy. I'd have to talk to the implementation people to get back to you with that. Exim. Exim. But it will be, there should be no impediment. Now, remember, these tourism grants are grants for businesses that have been severely affected. And so some of them, in the context of, other grants would seem large, right? Because we're talking about a business that has no revenues or very little revenue, so they're going to be $2 million here, $2 million there, etc. And we just wanted to make sure that, it has to bear some relationship to the entity's revenues last year, right? So it shouldn't be more than X percent of their revenues last year. And we just wanted to make sure of all of that. And I think that has been done. And so I believe the payments will be made shortly.
You can confirm it will be done before the end of this financial year?
Yes, absolutely. I can confirm that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Minister, when we were debating the second supplementary estimates, you had given an undertaking, and it's recorded, in relation to some special projects that you are pursuing, namely the South Coast Highway project, and that there would have been attached to it a particular problem that we were trying to solve in the border between East Kingston and East Rural St. Andrew, an amount of $80 million. A commitment was given that that project would be subsumed. Can you indicate whether or not that is still the case? And remember my pet peeve as well, pensions for drivers and secretaries around here. I really believe that the time has come for that to be fixed.
So what we did in the second supplementary, you will recall, is that we increased allocation to the South Coast project by $4 billion. And I believe you are asking whether or not the section that's in your place, and I believe the Minister of Economic Growth and Job Creation may have given you the assurance. So his word is good.
No, in fact, the Hansard has the Minister of Finance confirming what was being said to us by the minister.
Right. So yes,
I anticipate that by the end of this financial year, that project will be well underway.
Yeah. So I can't speak to the timing and so on, but I believe the intention, that what I recall from that exchange, the intention is that what you're referring to is a part of that project.
Minister, I urge you.
Yes.
It's a disaster waiting to happen.
Okay.
And I do not believe that.
Can you just send me something under more detail, and I will.
Right. And where are we now with the pension for the poor drivers and secretaries?
So you remember that public sector pension in Jamaica has been there are many areas of inconsistencies and inequities. Persons who perform the same job, who work for different ministries or departments or agencies, who are compensated differently. And that has been a recognized challenge. So what we did is we did an overall review of public sector compensation, and we hope to be addressing those anomalies over the next period. It's not limited to the anomaly that you mentioned. There are other
No, it's not an anomaly. There's nothing for drivers who are assigned to us and secretaries. Nothing. And all I'm seeking, many of us are seeking is for them to be included, to be pensioners in their own right.
And so, no, what I'm saying, what I'm putting to you, that even though you identify that issue, there are other issues, like stenographers who work here are paid differently from stenographers who work in the court. The point I'm making to you is that there are a myriad of inconsistencies and inequities in public sector compensation. And the approach being taken is to address, or to attempt to address, the entire thing rather than, in a piecemeal fashion. And the intention is, over the next period, for that to occur in collaboration with our partners in the union.
Thank you very much, members.
Minister, just a follow-on to that question raised by my colleague from East Kingston. I think all members of this House share that concern, and it dates back for some time across administration. It's a problem for us to fix. I hear the response you gave to the member regarding the expanded group to be dealt with. But the challenge, Minister, is that every day that goes by, there are sort of 1-1 members who fall. Some might die, some might become pensionable. Could you give the undertaking to, one, set some timeline to complete the exercise that you're speaking of, and at least to ensure that it is retroactive to some period so that we don't leave some people behind, that when they would have left the service, they are in total despair. So I would love that.
Yes, member, I totally share the concern. Thank you for raising it, and I'm with you on it. I'm not opposed. I'm with you on it, and it's something that we are gonna address. It's not gonna be immediate, and the reason why it can't be immediate is that there are a number of you see that one, but there are others, and we can't just pick one out and address that. We want to address as many as we can at the same time. So that is the approach that's being taken.
No, I understand that, Minister, and I as I said, I fully understand. What I'm seeking, if we could give the undertaking that members in that group and in all others that you're seeking to address, as of some date, back up to that date, or as of that date, they will be included in the remedy that is carved out going forward. So at least it can give them some assurance that they will be dealt with, though acknowledging that it will take some time to be more comprehensive, as you just mentioned, in terms of the groupings that are included and the extent to which the provision is.
Yes, they will be addressed in due course.
Not taking that it will be retroactive to
no,
some
I can't. I won't be able to make that statement here.
Before you go on, Madam Chair, Minister, and just to dovetail on that, and because I've had the experience of a secretary in my office working with a former member of parliament, 20 years and 8 years with me, and died and had nothing from the Ministry of Labour to get anything. So it is something that needs to be looked at. On page 19,002, Ministry of Economic Growth, Job Creation, Maintenance of Secondary Roads, $200 million. Minister, in the second supplementary, all that was really given to the National Works Agency was $500 million to do with disaster mitigation, to take care of some back bills. The Prime Minister himself came to the House on numerous occasions when we were having the flood rains of last year and gave a figure of $5 billion or more, I guess, waiting on estimates to come in, that would have taken care of clearing the roads and putting some of the roads back in drivable conditions. Seeing that the rains have stopped for some months now, and a figure of $5 billion was floated around by, as I said, the Prime Minister, to see that there's only $200 million here in the supplementary budget. Is this an indication that contractors that have worked to clear those blocked roads will not be paid in this financial year?
I'm not understanding the logic of the question. We increased by $500 million in second supplementary.
No, which we were told was to pay for bills for work that was already done prior to the rainfalls, right? For when we had earlier rains last year, which had nothing to do with the second set of rain and flooding that we had. Sorry? Yeah.
So, yeah, okay, but
there's only $200 million in this supplementary.
Yes, but I mean, an easy explanation for that would be that you remember that they're allocated $2 billion for the whole year, right?
Which had nothing to do with the flooding, and which was has already been expended.
What would have happened? No, what would have happened, member, is that what would have ordinarily been planned would have been diverted. So, in other words,
well, we were told here at the PAC by the National Works Agency that there are over $800 million still being owed to contractors for the flood rains. And there's only $200 million here in this supplementary budget. So there's still not a balancing of paying those bills. So I'm asking you, is it that the contractors will have to wait until next financial year to be paid? Because if you look at what is out there with the damages to the roadways, where some patching was done both by members of Parliament and the National Works Agency in December, but it is still not completed, and the National Works Agency has no resources to finish patching the roads. As we were told at the committee, do not expect any more patching between now and the next financial year.
Yeah, so, all right, if do you have this amendment sheet?
Which is, the amendment sheet is showing the payments for the Christmas work that was done by members of Parliament.
No, under activity for secondary roads.
I'm not seeing that amendment sheet.
All right, so there's an amendment sheet on page 19,001. You remember what I said in my opening remarks?
I prefer to have a copy first. Have a copy of that. Yes.
So on the 19,000, on page 19,001, what you'll see is that most of these amendments, as I said in my opening remarks, relate to ministries reallocating within their ministry to deal with exigencies that arise from the pandemic and due to the fact that some programs may not be, finished or on time, et cetera, et cetera. But with respect to the secondary roads, what you'll see on 19,001 is in respect to question you asked, right? So while we have not increased allocation from central government to NWA, the Ministry of Economic Growth has reorganized their expenditure, and there's a total of $1 billion available for the reorganized from the Lengthman program, the HOPE program, and other activities.
So there's a delay in the Lengthman program?
Yes. Yeah, by definition, a Lengthman program don't operate on a social distance, meaning that, it requires you to be out there and...
Yeah, but we still had persons working out there in December.
So there's a delay in it. There is a delay in it.
It is...
It's a delay in the launch of the program, yeah.
So there's a delay in the Lengthman because it was a major plank of the Prime Minister's presentation.
I don't know what memo you're reading. We had $70 billion less revenue than last year.
In other words, the same
ask us to spend more on roads and more on health. That's what we have to do. We have to.
Right. No, remember, I'm just seeing this now. This wasn't given to me. But in this, you have 200 million. You are now saying that there's a reallocation, so I've accepted that.
Sure,
Good.
sure. No, that's why. Thank you for asking the question.
Yeah, man. All right, thank you.
Minister, two quick questions, Madam Speaker. 4,200, just a clarification I'm seeking, Minister, as it relates to the payment for COVAX. The 1.2 billion the government is paying. Sorry.
Tell me exactly where you are, please.
42,000, sorry, one.
Okay.
There is an increase in the amount for the ministry under COVID response, 100668, from $7 billion to $8 billion. Now, in the remarks, it says that an additional requirement, and that amounted to about $953 million. The field hospital, the proceeds from the telethon and the amount from CARFA. But the amount that the 16% of the vaccine on the COVAX facility, as per the Ministry of Health's table in last week, is $1.2 billion. Could you explain the discrepancies?
Yeah,
here?
sure. What this is, the wording could be a little clearer. To enter the COVAX facility, we had to pay a deposit. But the total payment for 16% of the population is a lot more than this number. And that will have to be paid when we get the stuff. We get the vaccines in next fiscal year. So this is just the deposit to secure the supply.
Fine. Yeah. The second one, can you turn the page from the Minister? I know that in terms of $47 million has been cut from the National HIV/AIDS Response Program. Does this have to do with reduced supplies of medicine for the program?
No, at this stage of the year, when 2 months are left and you see this kind of tidying up here, it's usually because of procurement-related issues and what has been planned, the time is insufficient for it to be expended in the years left.
Well, I understand that, but it says use of goods and services, and goods suggest to me it might very well be that we might not have ordered or we were able to get the amount of...
Probably. No, but I would have to get that detail before I answer, right? Which of the two it is.
I would appreciate that.
Thank you very much, members. I now
before you go, Chair, I just want to say in relation to a question that was asked earlier by the opposition spokesperson on finance on the tourism grant. I just got it's actually now with the Auditor General. You remember that before we make any of our care program payments, we have a concurrent audit just for sake of increase in public confidence and so forth. So that's where it is now. She's reviewing, and after her review, payments will be made. Right? So normally, when she reviews, when she finds things that she doesn't disagree with, it's not a case that the money has gone out. Right? We take her comments, which become public, but those comments don't relate to anything that has happened. It relates to what has been proposed. We take her comments and then the payments are made. So
Minister, the only thing I would say, there's been absolutely no communication to the persons the recipients, and who had a hard commitment in November. And I think, I hear the explanation, but I think there should be some correspondence so that they can plan accordingly and that they can put their businesses aligned to expect the money at a particular point in time.
And I think that's a very fair comment, and I will see to it that it happens.
Thank you very much, members. I now put the heads 0-1000 to 72,000C. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put the amendments to the third supplementary estimates that are before us. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I now put the third supplementary estimates as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Okay, man. So, members, the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the House of Representatives on the third supplementary estimates for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021 is now before us. It is the wish of the committee that I sign it. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, I have signed the report, but may I, out of an abundance of caution, before the House are the amendments also to the public bodies. The amendments to the public bodies. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So the amendments have been also to the public bodies. Thank you. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the item statement by ministers be recommitted to enable the Most Honorable and Her Holiness Prime Minister to make a statement, and also that announcements reports from committees, and notices of motions given orally be recommitted to enable the Minister of Finance and the Public Service to table the report of the Standing Finance Committee of this House on our deliberations on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2020.
Thank you, House Leader. Do you wish for the...
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister will first make his statement. Right. Thank you. Madam Speaker, as stated earlier, we're asking you to recommit statements, announcements, reports from committees, and notices of motions orally. However, the Minister of Finance wishes to just go through procedural comments here prior to the Prime Minister making his presentation.
Minister, is it that you want us to start and do the announcement, the reports from committees and notices before the Prime Minister delivers this?
No, it is okay, Madam Speaker. I believe that the report from the committee would have to be available And the report
That's
from
right.
the committee
and
is
it's
not available yet.
So it's
Yeah.
really
So
in
yeah,
keeping
okay.
for the Prime Minister to go ahead with this. Prime Minister.
No, I will. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I take it that you are acknowledging that I should speak. Madam Speaker, before I give my report on the new measures under the Disaster Risk Management Act, which I have made it a practice to bring to the House, I would like to just make very brief comments on the heinous crime that was committed against our homeless Jamaican citizens. When I saw the news last morning, like all Jamaicans, I was deeply distraught. And, Madam Speaker, I want to point out to the nation that this government has always made it a priority and a point of our duty to provide for our homeless. Madam Speaker, just for the record, I'm not giving a written statement, but just using the opportunity, since I believe it was raised before I was in the House, to just make a brief comment on that. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that during the pandemic, the government had developed some facilities downtown, drop-in facilities. We are now going to provide an additional 100 beds at the Marie Atkins shelter, and at the King Street location, by the end of February, work should commence on another 150 beds. Madam Speaker, we estimate that there are about 2,000 homeless persons island-wide, and about 500 are within the corporate area, Kingston and St. Andrew. The services that are provided for them include drop-in services, areas where they can go and sleep overnight and have a shower if necessary. They can have change of clothing, and sometimes they have medical checks and assessments, and they can have a meal. I am not here saying that the service is always consistent, but the service is there and available. You would note, however, Madam Speaker, that some of our homeless persons do not want to take advantage of these services, and some even prefer to be on the street. And it is not the intention of the government to in any way abuse the rights of our homeless people. So we try to assist as much as we can, we support as much as we can. However, Madam Speaker, what has happened yesterday is something that we have to pay close attention to, because it would not have been the first time that homeless persons have been attacked in this way, though not in the numbers that it has happened. We recall some incidents a few years ago when a person, which we could describe as deranged, dropped bricks, stones on the heads of some homeless persons downtown. The police are now pulling out all the stops to investigate the murders. They have one suspect in custody, and this is in relation to the 3 homeless persons who were killed downtown in the Sutton Street area. That person is a deportee, and I don't want to say too much on the investigations, but they do have a suspect with strong evidence in their custody. While they have not abandoned the theory that it is coordinated, at present it does not seem that way. But with such numbers, you can't rule out the possibility of a coordinated attack. But at this point, it doesn't seem that way, and they are investigating. The commissioner has told me that he is increasing the patrols in the areas where there are no homeless people to stay. The Ministry of Local Government is doing the same, because if it is the case that it is a serial event, meaning that there might be more perpetrators planning to do again, we will be prepared and will probably be able to prevent. So we are increasing the patrols, and we are also increasing the facilities for our homeless. So I wanted to just bring this to the attention of the nation. I know it is something that is hanging on our consciousness, but I want the nation to know and understand that the government is acting on this matter. Madam Speaker, based on information received from the Ministry of Health, Jamaica has now recorded 15,153 cumulative cases of confirmed coronavirus infection. 339 persons have died as a result of developing COVID-19, and I offer my sincere condolences to all who have lost loved ones and who have suffered. Madam Speaker, we all in this House can point to persons who we know personally who have succumbed to the illness. The number of active cases now stands at 2,725. We have 11,911 persons who have recovered, which gives us a recovery rate of 78.6%. As of yesterday, we had 99 persons hospitalized, with 23 being moderately ill and 11 critically ill. We now have 11 persons quarantined in a government facility and 21,488 persons quarantined at home. I want to just pause here, because I know that not everyone who has been issued a quarantine order is staying home.
Definitely not.
And we get many requests. Minister of Health can tell you, why don't we reduce the number of days in quarantine? Why not go to 7 or 10, or why not do a test and then release? The standard public health science on this matter is to wait out the 14 days incubation period. And we have followed that standard. I am not here by saying that if new evidence is presented, if new science is presented, that we won't revise. But at this point in time, the advice from the Chief Medical Officer is that the 14 days quarantine is best. And indeed, what we are seeing is that a number of countries are still maintaining the 14 days quarantine. Some have varied, but they have done that factoring in that they will have increases in their numbers. We have decided to take the tried, tested, and proven quarantine method, and we believe that that is in the best interest of the Jamaican population. But it would only work effectively, to the fullest, if those persons who have been issued quarantine orders respect the orders and stay home. So I'm using this platform, Madam Speaker, colleagues, to appeal to our Jamaicans who have traveled and persons who are traveling to Jamaica to respect the quarantine orders and stay home. Once you have made the decision to travel, you should also incorporate the time that you will have to stay in quarantine and make plans to be able to have your comfort while you're in quarantine. And given the fact that work from home and virtual meetings are now not just a thing of future thought, but this is real now. You know, Madam Speaker, I have now adopted the virtual working habit. The cabinet is working virtually. I won't say to you that we spend less time in meetings, but we get the work done. And I think it is very efficient and it saves the country. So persons who travel and have business to conduct can still be effective in that way by utilizing virtual meetings and so forth. Obviously, those people who have to conduct business physically, they will suffer some loss, but that is a part of the national response. So we ask everyone to respect the quarantine orders. The security forces have been prosecuting persons. Persons have been brought before the courts, and they will continue to do their prosecution of persons who violate the quarantine orders. Now, information provided by the ministry, also that is the Ministry of Health and Wellness, also clearly indicates that we are seeing a gradual increase in the epidemiological curve. Our positivity rate so far this week is 14.1%, and that is up from 10.8% last week and 9.5% the week before. The final week of 2020, our positivity rate was 7.7%. Madam Speaker, as you will recall from previous presentations by the Minister of Health and Wellness, there was always an expectation, indeed a prediction, that we would see upturn in cases in January after the Christmas and New Year's holidays. So, as we had projected, the epi curve is rising. Now, not only are we seeing an uptick in the positivity rate, there are also increases in the number of confirmed cases and hospitalizations across the island. Some 1,216 persons who contracted COVID-19 in Jamaica did so in the last 2 weeks. So, not just an increase from the holiday periods, but we are also seeing just an increase in this immediate past 2 weeks as well. The island-wide hospital census shows significant occupancy levels across the health regions, with 2 regions, the Southern Regional Health Authority and the Western Regional Health Authority, both at 86%. Additionally, there are 7 hospitals across the island that are between 87% and 100% occupancy. While overall occupancy for some hospitals would be below 100%, in some instances, wards at those facilities are full or at near capacity. So, Madam Speaker, the increase in numbers of infections, the increase in numbers of those who have contracted the COVID-19 disease is now having a creeping impact on our capacity to serve those who are affected. So we still must maintain vigilance. Madam Speaker, yesterday the government announced enhanced measures for the parish of Manchester for a period of 2 weeks ending Monday, February 28, 2021. The parish has seen a rapid increase in cases, with 125 new cases between January 10 and 24, with cases spread across the parish in over 30 communities. The test positivity rate in the parish is 27.8%, which is almost 3 times the national positivity rate. The following measures have therefore been implemented in the entire parish of Manchester: a tighter curfew commencing at 7 p.m. nightly and ending at 5 a.m. the following morning, ending at 5 a.m. on February 8, 2021. The general gathering limit for public places is being reduced from 15 to 10 persons. During the period January 25, 2021 to February 7, 2021, markets will be open and vending in public arcades and public transportation centres will take place only during 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Mondays to Saturdays. On Sundays, markets are to remain closed and no vending is to take place in public arcades and public transportation centres. Public transport will be allowed to operate only from 4 a.m. until 8 p.m., but no passengers are allowed between 4 and 5 a.m. and 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Parks, gyms, and bars must close no later than 6 p.m. each day. Madam Speaker, the government recognizes that the implementation of these measures will cause some discomfort for the people of Manchester. However, it is important that we do what is necessary to keep our people safe. What we can say about this, Madam Speaker, is that when we have put in place special measures, they have worked. They have brought down the numbers. And they also help to increase awareness, because it is in the increase in awareness that we will see an increase in compliance. So we have seen that where the measures have been implemented, persons have become more aware, they have become more cautious and responsible, and that would account for, in addition to the measures themselves, which limit movement and gathering, would account for the reduction in the numbers. So, Madam Speaker, for those who are skeptical of measures, and for those who are anti-government intervention, you know, it's amazing to scan global media and even locally to see people saying, you know, wearing masks is bad for your health, and it is not normal for people to stay apart, and you see all kinds of perspectives that don't accord with science or common sense being pervaded. As I said, all kinds of ideas which don't accord with science or common sense. So, Madam Speaker, these measures are an example of how they work to protect the society. And they have protected the people of Westmoreland, they have protected the people of St. Thomas, when we have had to do it, the people of St. Mary, and indeed the people of Clarendon, and indeed the people of St. Catherine, when we have put in place these special measures. So I'm making a special appeal to the residents of Manchester to strictly observe the protocols and be vigilant in it. We will continue to closely monitor the parishes of St. Anne, St. James, and Trelawney to determine if any additional measures are necessary. Madam Speaker, from the beginning of the pandemic, our management approach and measures have been measured, proportionate, evidence-based, and situationally appropriate. Given the recent upward trend in new cases, the government proposes to extend the current measures, which were to expire on January 31st, 2020, to the end of February. These measures apply island-wide except for the parish of Manchester, for which the enhanced measures are applicable. And we know what these measures. The island-wide curfew time will remain at 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. nightly until 5 a.m. on March the 1st, 2021. The gathering limit will remain at 15 persons. The age limit for the stay-at-home measure will remain at 65. And again, I would emphasize that, especially in the early part of the pandemic, the stay-at-home orders were, I think, very critical in ensuring that our older population stayed at home and stayed safe. And I am encouraging our older population to still respect and observe the stay-at-home order. Indeed, I must say that they have been the most vigilant. Normal church or religious services operating in compliance with the established protocols may continue. Congregants are, however, reminded that gatherings in excess of 15 persons are not allowed outside of the place of worship. Now, I have passed some churches. I must be honest, not in Kingston, but in other parishes where I can see that it is an attempt to observe the rules. So they put a tent outside and they have their congregation that is overflowing by virtue of the square footage to person rule to be outside. But if you look under the tent very closely, you would see more than 15 persons there. So I appeal to the churches to follow the rules strictly. I know that most of them are strictly observing the mask wearing and the sanitizing. The social distancing might be a little bit of a challenge. But I, again, just use this platform. The churches have been our really strong and faithful partner in this. So we're asking them to ensure that the rules are vigilantly maintained. Now, the restrictions applicable to hospitals, nursing homes and infirmaries, those will remain in place. The restrictions on small outdoor events, including, and I don't want this to be interpreted as I'm reading it, there is a restriction on all events. Isn't that the case, Minister Mackenzie? Right, so the restriction on outdoor events, including small outdoor concerts, parties, tailgate parties, round robin, religious celebrations, because remember now, conventions are not permitted, and festivals remain in place. We continue to monitor developments relating to the United Kingdom variant of the virus, and the restrictions applicable to travellers from the United Kingdom will remain in place until February 28, 2021. Excluding the United Kingdom, the current protocols under the Controlled Entry Programme for both residents and visitors will remain until April 15, 2021. Madam Speaker, this was done at the request of the tourism trade to provide some degree of certainty to travellers who want to make their vacation and travel plans. Madam Speaker, while we remain focused on managing the pandemic, we have to concurrently focus on restoring jobs, gradually returning our economy back to productive capacity. Madam Speaker, while most of the existing measures are proposed to remain unchanged, we are proposing to introduce the following changes effective February 1, 2020. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that I believe it would have been in early December, where we indicated that we were considering allowing churches to return to hosting small ceremonies for persons who have died. And I'm going to be very careful how I put this, Madam Speaker, because I don't want it to be interpreted as a free-for-all. What we are proposing is that the family of no more than 10 and the clergy or officiating ministers of no more than 5 can be in the church with the casket holding the religious rites of a funeral. So, Madam Speaker, we are not allowing mass open-ended funerals, regardless of how large the church is. It is the same rule that is applied at the graveside would be the same rule that is applied in the church. And we went through it in great detail, and we decided that we would do this because there were many cases of persons who spent their lives in the church. Many of them would have built their church. And in their final moments, well, their final moments would have passed, but when the last rites are to be administered, they cannot be brought back to the sanctuary. Of course, you know, we don't know. Well, I guess it is for the living that is hurting more than the dead that has departed. The family of the departed, many of them have reached out to me, and I have several letters on my desk. Many of them are heart-wrenching, of families asking for exemptions, and we could not give exemptions for funeral services. Persons have found creative ways, which is to have the coffin in the church and people pass through to pay their rights, but not having more than 15 persons at any one time. We don't recommend it. It would have to be under, strict control. We have seen people do it. We have seen people put up tents in front of their homes, have the casket under the tent, and the people in the community pass by and pay their respect before the casket is taken to the burial site. So people have found all kind of creative ways. The important thing here is that there can be no gathering in the church for a funeral service of more than 15 persons. Maximum 5 from the clergy and 10 from the family. And that is the allowance that we have decided to make. I think it's reasonable, and I have great confidence that the churches that have properly implemented the protocols for their religious service will also implement the protocols for the funerals. But let me make it clear that we propose to allow this initially for 1 month, and we will closely monitor compliance, and then that will determine whether or not we extend. And obviously, if we find that it is not being implemented properly, or that there is a general spike, then obviously we would have to recall that measure. The existing burial rules will continue, even though, Madam Speaker, I must say that sometimes you have to wonder if there are, 2 Jamaicas, because I am being sent videos of funerals, well, not funerals, burials at gravesides, where, let me not exaggerate, but from what I could see, hundreds of persons are there. The police have told me, because I have inquired of it, and they have told me that they have, as much as they could, shut down, dispersed burials, but it is a very difficult thing for them to police, given everything else that they have to do, and considering that in any one division, sometimes you may have 5, 6, even 10 funerals taking place, especially when you have in rural areas where people are being buried on family plots and the like, so it's very difficult for them. But we still emphasize the rule and we ask our public to comply. 10 persons at the burial site for the family and maximum 5 for the clergy and those persons who have to prepare the gravesite. Now, for public passenger buses, we propose to allow for a limited number of standing passengers based on the seating capacity of the bus. This one we took serious consideration of. I want to point out the Minister of Transport and Works was the first, was the first to applaud the measure, and he has good reason. The taximen and the bus drivers and bus operators, like all other sectors in the economy, they are crying out. And we get the calls and we pay close attention to what is being said. We hear the sporting fraternity, we hear the entertainment fraternity. But, Madam Speaker, as the economy moves back to full capacity, which is the intention of the government to, in a very well and carefully thought out and orchestrated way, move the economy back to full capacity, you can't do so without providing transport capacity as well. So we have looked at it carefully, and so for buses, we're approving 1 passenger standing for every 5 seats in the bus. So if you have the common 30-seater, then you could have 6 persons standing in the bus, and we estimate that that would be, good enough in terms of social distancing, considering that in the bus, persons sitting side by side are even much closer than the recommended social distance. Some persons will try to say, well, if I have 34, then I could put 7. No. And if you put a seat across the row, then you could have an additional. No. The fixed seats in the bus. And so this will be given to the Transport Authority and the police in terms of the new regulation. I know bus operators and taximen have been hurting because of the measures. We have not yet come to a point where we feel it is safe to return full seating by virtue of what is approved by taxi license. So we are still maintaining the order of 1 less than the licensed approved. So those are, Madam Speaker, 2 new measures which we have approved. But having done those 2 measures, again we have to say that as we relax the measures, I hate to use the word relax, but as we revise the measures, there is no relaxation in wearing your mask, in sanitizing, in using your discretion. You don't want nobody come rub up on you in the bus. And look, talking in the bus or in the taxi would be the easiest way to contract the virus. So for your self-interest, go in the bus or taxi, put on your mask, and don't talk to anyone other than one-stop driver. So again, citizens have to exercise vigilance. Have to exercise vigilance. Now, Cabinet has also considered sporting events, and let me take some time to explain this. Prior to now, the policy was not to allow sporting events. We contemplated this over 2 days. We had our COVID meeting on Friday, and we met again on Monday. And the decision is that sporting events can be allowed under conditions. And the Minister of Local Government, the Minister of Sports, the Minister of Health will, in due course, explain in more detail what these conditions are. This, and just to be clear, this is not a wide-scale return of sports. We have to, first of all, go through a process where we look at each sporting event and what they require and the specific public health protocols that can be put in place to ensure that they are safe. Each sporting event will have to apply for approval to be held. So they have to go to the Ministry of Local Government, work with the Minister of Sports as their advocate and the Minister of Health to put together a package. Many of them already have solutions. We see solutions applying all over the world for those who watch, football league. I see one avid football fan from West Kingston here. Liverpool. So we have seen various models and modalities where this can be done, and we believe we can do them in Jamaica. And we have our athletes who have really suffered. I can imagine how dejected they would feel. No World Cup, no Olympics. They have trained for so long. But we're going to find a way to get them back on the field, get them back on the track, and get sporting events going. It may be, Madam Speaker, that in the first instance, these sports would have to be spectatorless. Meaning that they could play on the field, it would be televised, broadcast, but no spectators would be in the area. And this would also apply for when they are training as well. So it's the bubble concept that would apply. And there are some specific sporting events which the Minister of Sport at some later date will give more details on as to how these will be approved and be permitted to be done. Now, regarding the entertainment sector, on Sunday I read, I got a text message, and I think many of us would have seen a very compelling argument about the entertainment sector, and various representatives of the sector have been in direct contact with me. Minister Grange, who is not just a minister but who is an entertainment practitioner herself, and others within the cabinet and the government have been diligently batting for the sector. The government has been very sympathetic. And indeed, Madam Speaker, you will recall that earlier in the pandemic, when we thought we were coming out of the rut of the pandemic, we allowed certain events with certain protocols in place, but then we began to see some spikes that we could trace back to events. And so we had to pull back. I don't want the entertainment sector to feel that there is no sympathy for them or that we are blaming them. That is not the case. The nature of their industry is such that we just have to be very careful with it. I personally believe that there are some measures that can be put in place. The question is whether or not those measures would make the business economically viable. And so greater thought needs to be put into that. There are persons who say, well, just only approve open-air events. Just keep them within the time of the curfew. Everyone who goes in they have to take a rapid test, or they have all kinds of modalities and strategies that are being proposed. What I have directed to be done is that the Minister of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, the Minister of Local Government and the Minister of Health, they will be meeting next week, and I'm not certain you're going to be meeting with the industry just yet, but they're going to meet, review the proposals that have been given, because several proposals have been sent into the government about how the industry can return to some kind of functionality. So we're going to review those, and at the end of that review, we will come back to Parliament and report as to what might be possible. So, Madam Speaker, thank you for your attention. Thank you, colleagues, for listening.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for that update. In relation to the first part of it, the impromptu part on the persons who were the homeless, who were subject to that savage act of violence yesterday morning, I think it was. I appreciate the measures that have been outlined as to trying to expand the capacity of the shelters to house homeless persons, and greater vigilance in monitoring those areas where they tend to locate themselves and so on. And I would just hope that continued thought will be placed on their welfare, and we would really not like to see this become a pattern. And I hear what you said about it doesn't appear to have been a concerted or connected series of events, but the fortuitousness of all of those things happening at the same time, really does strike one as suggestive that there may have been some connection. And, I join with others in expressing condolences to the families of those persons who were brutally murdered. Prime Minister, there has been a spike in killings in the last couple of weeks, certainly in the corporate area, and it seems to be ongoing. In Kingston West Division, we've had over 6 murders in the last 24 hours. And there was also that incident with the plane that landed just off the coast in Rocky Point, and so on. There's a feeling, I think, Prime Minister, that the government needs to speak to the nation as to how they're going to tackle these issues, especially at this time where the state of emergency option is not on the table, the Constitutional Court having ruled that it is unconstitutional to use it in the way it was being used. So we are concerned that we're not really hearing any new strategy being outlined. We know there's a joint select committee looking at the ZOSA legislation and so on. But the spike in the murder rate is somewhat similar to the spike in the COVID rate. And we really are anxious, the whole nation is anxious to see how this is going to be addressed. And the level of insecurity out there is growing, and it must be responded to with an effective response. On the COVID measures, Prime Minister, they're largely, I think, uncontroversial. It's an extension for another 28 days, I suppose, of what is already in place, subject to a few particular cases in Manchester where more enhanced measures are in place. But the modifications that you spoke to, I wanted to just say 2 things. I was going to ask you, Prime Minister, the logic for treating ordinary church services and the social distancing requirements applicable to ordinary church services relative to funerals in the same facility in the church. I'm not talking about the burial, but within the church. If you could explain the logic for the differentiation in the rule where funerals are limited to 15 persons in the church, 5 clergy, 10 family, whereas ordinary church services, which I think, based on what you've said, you're satisfied that the churches have largely been complying with the social distancing requirements in terms of number of persons per square foot and so on. Why does there have to be a difference in the treatment of those two events? I'd just like to hear your explanation of it. On the question of sports, Prime Minister, the sporting fraternity is anxious to have a resumption, and I want to mention football in particular, which is something I'm particularly close to as the chairman of one of the Premier League clubs. A lot of effort was put in 2020 to come up with a new business model for professional football in Jamaica. A new entity was established with a new governance structure, including specialist committees for critical areas like commercialization and marketing, infrastructure and development, finance and internal audit. An independent chairman has been appointed, and they've had significant success in raising sponsorship for the league and for the clubs from corporate Jamaica. And with that momentum, we wouldn't want that to be lost. If a way can be found, as has been found in other countries, to allow the sports to continue or to resume, understanding it may be spectatorless for the time being, both for training and matches, and that is understood. And arrangements have been made for that to happen. So I just hope that we will be able to have the league start as quickly as possible, that the protocols will be settled if they haven't already been settled. So much of this is not just about sport. For these people, it's their livelihood, it's their family's livelihood, not just for players, but for coaches, ancillary staff. And of course, all around it, there's an economy that is it's similar to entertainment. It's just another form of way where persons can go and sell, vendors, etc. Obviously, that side of it is not going to be able to resume yet, but it's sports are, of course, very much part of the psyche and culture of the nation, and we need to find a way, as they have done successfully. And success, to my mind, doesn't mean that you won't have any cases. There may be 1 or 2 cases, as there have been, for example, in the English Premier League, which many of us who are football fans watch that every weekend, and the NFL. Thank you. So I'm anxious to see progress with that, and I'm glad that you've announced that we're going to be seeing that, what looks like a February resumption, and I'm sure persons will be happy to hear that. On the entertainment side of it, Prime Minister, I too read the open letter to the media by Scott Dunn, in which he set out in very striking and compelling terms the case for finding a solution for the entertainment industry. As he has pointed out, it is an industry which many people in Jamaica make a living off of, either as practitioners or as ancillary commercial actors who sell goods and services to entertainers and patrons of entertainment events. We are faced, of course, with dealing with this at a time when the positivity rate has nearly doubled, and over 1,000 new cases have emerged in the last 2 weeks, which was predictable given what was happening over the Christmas season. But I'm just exhorting the ministers who are involved in this, the Minister with responsibility for entertainment, the Minister of Health, Minister of Local Government, to find a way of allowing that industry to resume in a measured way, appropriate protocols and so on. They have been in the wilderness for months and months now, and it is definitely unfair. And, there is some concern about it not being a level playing field, because we know, for example, in the hotel sector that entertainment is permitted in some fashion or form and does go on. So, and when we understand that the tourism industry is so critical, we can't shut that down fully, but the locals and local entertainment deserves to be looked at in a special way as well. And I'm glad you mentioned it, and I'm glad that the meeting will be taking place in the coming week, and we hope that you'll be able to work with the industry, both in sports and in entertainment, and find an acceptable way to get back to some kind of activity. And so the only other thing to say is to join with you in exhorting the nation to respect the protocols, continue to wear your mask in public, and abide by the distancing rules as much as possible. I think Jamaica generally has been receptive of it. You see masks many places, not everywhere. There are certain parts of the island where people have not embraced that culture yet. But I think the understanding of the need for avoiding being very close to other persons when has sunk in. And I would also join with you, Prime Minister, in exhorting our visitors, persons who are coming here or returning Jamaicans, to respect the quarantine rules. They are onerous, to spend 2 weeks at home when you've only been away for maybe a weekend. It must be difficult, but it is necessary until we get the vaccination volume, up to the point where we can achieve herd immunity for the nation. We're going to have to live with this disease and this virus, and it will require ongoing self-discipline. And I would join with you in exhorting the population to continue to be patient and disciplined in this regard. Thank you, Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the Leader of the Opposition for his questions and intervention. And as we are one nation, sitting on opposite sides of the aisle, but agree that we have to find the best ways to protect our citizens. And oftentimes, the best way is to have two different sets of eyes looking at the same problem from different perspectives. But it is also important that the two sides have a willingness to accept when ideas are good. So we are not into opposing for opposing's sake, and we are not into using the majority for majority's sake. We're seeking the best outcome. So, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition queried the science and common sense behind the distinction between a funeral and a regular service. And we considered it carefully, and I want to assure the country that we don't just make decisions based upon just pure emotion or without proper research. So, Madam Speaker, the funerals are usually attended by persons who are not necessarily and in large part members of the church. So the level of control of the congregation would be quite different. So someone coming to their regular church service every Sabbath or every Sunday understands the protocol. They're in touch with their pastor and they have a rotation schedule. I'm coming in this Sunday and then the other Sunday I'm online. So they have developed a standard as to how they control their congregation. But the funeral is open all kinds of people will come in who would not necessarily be under the control of the pastor. That's one. Two, the regular religious services are usually attended in large part by households. So it's yes, you have single persons coming from a household, but usually it's a household, and they will probably sit together. And that is a good public health control measure, to have households stay together. In a funeral, you have people coming from all over, from out of parish, from overseas. All kinds of issues can happen there. And again, you wouldn't be able to control. And then the other issue is the emotion at a funeral. And you'll recall that our very first case, if you've studied the circumstances around that, it was the hugging and the crying, the embracing, and sometimes, pastors can't control persons who come in who are not a part of their congregation. And so we had to make that distinction. And I'm glad you asked the question, because I took it for granted, and I should have really explained that there is a real distinction between the funeral service and the regular. There is actually public health science behind the distinction. The leader of the opposition pointed out that there is a spike, and we control spikes by putting in place special measures, and a part of those special measures is a quarantine. We identify persons who are either confirmed as having the virus, or have been exposed, or have gone into circumstances which would have suggested that they could have contracted the virus, and we place them in a situation where they are not allowed to mix with the population that is not so exposed or does not demonstrate the possibility of transmission. So I'm asking the leader of the opposition to help us to quarantine some of the criminals who are killing the people in West Kingston. I am asking in Kingston Western, which includes St. Andrew South.
The police division.
I'm asking the leader of the opposition to support measures that give emergency powers to the government to control the crime that is happening. Now, it is the leader of the opposition who in a previous presentation said that we have an epidemic in crime. I have been saying that for years. I have been saying that we have an epidemic in violence and an epidemic in crime. And those who are under the illusion that somehow ordinary measures are going to control the problem that we have are doing the rest of Jamaica, the people who suffer and who are victims of crimes, we are doing them an injustice. Madam Speaker, this year, well, the murder rate for last year versus the murder rate of the year before, we would say that we have flattened the curve. We managed to move from a high of 1,600 to 1,300, and we have been in that range over the last 3 years. We have always been clear to the country, truthful and honest, that there is no switch that can be flipped and overnight the murder rate will go down. We have always been true to this country to explain that after decades of underinvestment in our national security apparatus, that this administration has come and laid out a plan to secure Jamaica. Not a one-year plan, not a two-year plan, not a three-year plan, a decade of planning to increase our border protection and security. And we have done so? Now we know when the planes are flying. We know who is coming into our water. You know, let me not say too much. You don't worry about that. As I tell you, I'm not saying too much. Madam Speaker, never before in the history of this country has our security forces brought so many cases before the courts. And, Madam Speaker, what this country needs to appreciate is that we're not only just bringing in the gang leaders and the gangs, but we are doing it at the same time whilst we are decreasing extrajudicial killings and activities of the security forces. We, Madam Speaker, are not doing it because there is indicum. Strict directives have been given that this government does not want to be tarnished and looked upon internationally as violators of human rights. The leadership of the police force understands that there has to be a use of force policy that is equal to or if not better than some of our first world partners. The average policeman is getting that message that we can use force without violence to our people. It is a long road that we are on to win over the average citizen to the kind of policing that we are doing. Many Jamaicans still see the police as Babylon, and we see it in their interactions in the law and order issues, public order issues day to day. But the police understand that they have to respect the citizens, they have to act with restraint, and they have to be professional. And that is the standard set by the leadership of the police force on the direction of this government. And whilst doing that, we are arresting more criminals. You know, they're bringing them to justice. It is no comfort to say that after a murder has taken place, we have found the suspect. And we are building cases. The murder has taken place. But the fact is that the investigative arm of the government, of the security forces, is far better than it has ever been in the history of this country. So, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that yes, every Jamaican would be concerned about the level of crime, as the leader of the opposition puts it, the spike. And we would want to be able to respond with the special measures. But we're not relying on that. We are going to continue our plan to secure Jamaica, which includes increasing our border security. I mean, if I were to disclose the... But clearly you would have seen that interdiction for drugs has increased. Clearly you would have seen that getting the guns coming in at our ports, that has increased. Madam Speaker, you don't bring in 50 members of a gang by forming a squad to go out there and shoot them up. You bring in the members of the squad of the gang by increasing your intelligence gathering capacity. That is what the then opposition spokesman on that side was talking about. The government must increase its intelligence gathering. That is what we have done. The biggest hypocrisy that is being displayed here, Madam Speaker, is the request for more presence in communities that are affected.
Madam
The
Speaker.
biggest hypocrisy,
Madam Speaker.
allow me to speak, member.
On a point of order.
There is no point of order here.
On a point of order.
If you are asking me to
On a
yield,
point of
ask me
order.
to yield, but there is no point of order.
On a point of order. On a point of order.
Are you asking me to yield? You're asking me to yield.
On a point of order.
No, but there is no point of order. What is the point of order?
I'm a state prime minister.
You have there are two persons standing over there. So just one
Yes,
person.
I've raised an
And
point of
remember what the standing order says about a point of order. So it has to be a point of order. What does it, what, you are standing and the leader of the opposition is standing. No, no, no.
Sit down. Yeah. Yes. Madam. Thank you, Prime Minister.
But it doesn't matter how high the emotions run. Two people will not stand at the same time.
I agree. And Madam Speaker, when somebody rises on a point of order, the rules and convention is that the person on the other side sits to hear what the point of order is. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has described as hypocrisy the idea of asking for a presence of the security forces in an area where there's a flare-up of violence. There's nothing hypocritical about asking for that. That's misleading the House, and it is unparliamentary, in my opinion, language to ascribe to that very basic and understandable request the idea that somebody is being hypocritical. Yeah.
Speak. If you speak as well.
The reality is...
I'm directing a question to the member and I'm hearing several voices on this side.
The reality...
What is the point of order?
The point of...
All we need to find out what is the point of order. That's all.
The point of order is to ascribe the motive of hypocrisy, which is to somebody who is putting forward the idea that there needs to be proper measures in place to protect the population.
This is not a point of order. Madam Speaker, he's making... Madam Speaker, I'm on my feet. I'm on my feet.
Sit.
I'm on my feet. No, don't tell me stupid. Madam Speaker, that is not a point of order.
I am already dealing with the matter.
Member, please have your seat and let me finish.
Let
me finish my point and then you can speak.
Both can me feel the same time. Both can me feel the same.
Thank you. She's because of warming.
Members.
Yeah.
Members, may I remind this House, all of us, that the eyes of the public are on us. May I remind you that, members,
she hasn't asked me to say.
The children are now with their tablets. Everybody is watching us. Two wrongs do not make a right. I do not expect the leader of the opposition business to stand again for the second time while his leader is on his feet. And believe me, on this side, I understand what we're doing, and I have asked the member what is his point of order. And what you have said, I do not rule as a point of order.
Very well, Madam Speaker. You are the arbiter of the standing orders. I accept your ruling. The point, though, is the courts have ruled that those measures that were being employed are unconstitutional, and until the Court of Appeal rules otherwise, they're not an option on the table for the government. And the population of the country has a right to expect that there will be a response to a spike in crime, and there's absolutely no reason why the security forces cannot be deployed in those areas. We do not need a state of emergency to do so. And that is to pretend otherwise is to mislead the House and to describe somebody who asked for that type of protection as a hypocrite. If it's not a breach of the standing orders, it is still unparliamentary, in my opinion.
Member, I know as a leader of the opposition, you have a right to place your things, but having ruled, and you have been very cooperative in the Parliament so far, and I expect you to do so. And if I rule on a point, you have raised a point of order, I have said I have ruled it is not a point of order. I believe in your personality and the way you have conducted yourself. I would have expected you to accept my ruling. I respect you, and if you respect the Speaker, I'm going to ask you just to accept the ruling. I know that I'm here. So I have ruled there is not a point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't propose to go much further other than to complete my response to the Leader of the Opposition, which response was interrupted whilst I was in stride. But, Madam Speaker, the point that I was making was that there is a call for greater policing, greater presence in communities that are affected. The measure that immediately increases the capacity by more than 50% of the security forces to have additional, as we would call it, boots on the ground, to assure residents in communities. The measure that we have employed to do this is the declaration of the state of public emergency. And in that measure, certain communities have grown accustomed to having increased police presence and military presence supporting. Without that measure, it is going to stretch significantly the resources of the JCF, and indeed it will require them not to be able to spend the time that they would, the length of time that they would in various communities, because other communities are also calling for them. The point that I was making, in addition to that, is maybe purely by coincidence, is that the persons who are calling for increased presence of the security forces in their communities are also the same persons who are saying the measure cannot work, and we do not support the measure, and indeed we will vote against the measure. Now, Madam Speaker, the classic definition of hypocrisy is to say one thing and do another.
Madam Speaker, I heard the Prime Minister just make reference to having police or security presence in a community requires a SOE. That's the only way, by inference. But, Madam Speaker, it is not the same, it is the same thing we hear over and over. Can we have increased security presence in communities without a SOE? And I would like the Prime Minister, to answer that yes or no.
This is not a question time. It has not been placed before him. Hold on.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister made a statement to the House for which I'm asking question. What the hell is happening to this Parliament?
Hold on. Member, the Prime Minister has made a statement, and there has been a discussion, and it has come to a close. He is not obliged to get up at this point. That is not the case, member. The Prime Minister has spoken. There have been questions that have been asked. He has answered. It is, you know, member, I can't talk as if you are talking either, you know, please. Member, you ask a question, you wonder what is happening. I wonder too, because I'm speaking and you are speaking. So, I don't understand either. I'm wondering. Afternoon is the recommittal of items. Announcements.
Also laid on the table of the House today is the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31, 2021, and the amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 31, 2021.
Reports from committees.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I refer to standing orders. On a point of order, standing order number 11A.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I'd like to know what is the point of order.
Listen,
what is the point of order you are raising on? Madam Speaker, we need to know what is the point of order. Because there's no matter on the floor for him to be raising a point of order. Sit down, man.
Member, I am very familiar with 11 and 11A. I have the
Madam Speaker.
I have the standing orders in front of me.
But permit me to raise my point.
But I ruled at a point.
Point of order. Madam Speaker.
Okay, let me hear your response.
He can't be in his feet while they're ruling. He can't be in his feet while they're speaking. You must respect the speaker. Once you start to speak, you have to be on your feet.
Member,
let me take you on.
I ruled on something. I respect the opposition views. I expect you to respect my views. I have ruled. There is no point of order. I ruled on something and we have to...
Madam Speaker, you can't say there is no point of order. You have not yet heard what point I'm raising. But you don't know what I'm referring to in section 11A.
Again, Madam Speaker, he cannot be in his feet while they are speaking. He cannot be in his feet while they are speaking in disrespect for the speaker. Take your seat. Take your seat. Respect the speaker. Who you talking about? Look here. You're a partial lawyer.
Members, I am very capable of managing and handling myself. I respect the views of the opposition. I ask this time that...
You don't even allow me to speak to raise the point. You rule on it before you hear what it is.
Member,
you rule on 11A before you hear what I was talking
because
about.
I have read
what the hell this parliament is being reduced to? We must just be spoken to. I don't even say what
Madam
it is.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Members.
Madam Speaker. What has been happening? The crosstalk has led to a confusion as to question whether question is posed, whether question has been posed, and answer given. with respect to the ruling on after the Prime Minister spoke, there was no ruling from you that we had ended the session.
I did rule.
Well, you had allowed the member to have gone way into his point before he posed the question at the end to clarify the question that was being asked. And I think that has led to some amount of confusion.
Arrogance.
So that's why the member is insisting that he had not been given a chance. He had not been given a chance to pose the question.
Members,
Power drunk.
Member, this is not in your thing. Please, let us remember the country watches us, and we are descending to a level that we have not done before. So I'm going to move on now to the item, reports from committees. Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021.
Notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 26th day of January 2021, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Public business.
Madam Speaker, on the public business, the protected disclosure order 2021 will be taken by the Honorable Delroy Chuck, as well as the report of the Standing Finance Committee by the Minister of Finance. I don't know who will go first.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing order to enable me to take the motion, notice of which I gave earlier.
The question is that there is a suspension of the standing orders to allow the member to take the motion, notice of which was given earlier. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, this is a fairly straightforward motion. The Protection Disclosure Act requires a designated authority. In 2012, the then Minister of Justice, presently the Leader of the Opposition, had nominated the Corruption Prevention Commission to be the designated authority. But since then, that authority has been subsumed under the Integrity Commission Act. So this present motion, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that we get for consistency and for to bring into the Act that is now the Integrity Commission, that is the designated authority, that is now in place of the Corruption Commission. Madam Speaker, this Protection Disclosure Act has not been well utilized. It is generally referred to as the Whistleblower Act. And in this, Madam Speaker, the idea in this act is to ensure that where employees, in particular, see acts of corruption within their agencies and institutions, that they are able to indicate to certain designated persons, which is in the first schedule, the prescribed persons, that they can bring to these persons various information such as corruption, so that they can be dealt with. Now, Madam Speaker, the Integrity Commission Act is now the designated authority, and I would like to indicate to the House that since this new Integrity Commission has been put in place in 2017, and the Commission started to, in 2018, billions of dollars. In the last 3 years, over $1 billion have been invested in the Integrity Commission. And it's likely, Madam Speaker, in the next budget and budget thereafter, annually, maybe in excess of $1 billion per year, will be invested in the Integrity Commission. And what we're saying, Madam Speaker, is that we expect from the Integrity Commission a certain amount of timely disclosure, timely intervention, timely assessment of contracts, of various incidents, etc., transactions in the public sector. Because, Madam Speaker, with this investment in the Integrity Commission, we hope that the Integrity Commission can ensure that we bring corruption, indiscipline, disorder, etc., in the public sector to a very minimum. Madam Speaker, under this Protected Disclosure Act, we are asking members of the civil service and all concerned to bring to the Integrity Commission all indiscipline, corruption, inefficiency, so that governance can be of the highest integrity and efficiency. Now, Madam Speaker, we have a culture in Jamaica where informers are not well considered. Indeed, unfortunately, there is a culture that informers are really not protected. But this Protected Disclosure Act protects persons who bring corruption and matters of interest to various prescribed persons, so that the inefficiency, the indiscipline, and the corruption can be eliminated from governance. Madam Speaker, it is important that we recognize that under this Act, we expect public servants and generally anyone to understand that governance requires that where we see acts of corruption or any transactions that really undermine the integrity of governance, that it be brought to the designated authority, which we are now saying, Madam Speaker, is the Integrity Commission. So, in asking the House to approve this resolution, we're asking the House and to send a message to the country at large. We want this government would like corruption to be eliminated at all levels of government. We want the Integrity Commission not only as a designated authority, but to act in a timely manner to assist with all the necessary transactions, to assess them, and to bring to the Parliament, to the Oversight Committee, any disclosures of any acts of corruption so that they can be properly assessed. This is an important resolution in that making the Integrity Commission to be the designated authority. We're asking and we're indicating to all employees the Whistleblower Act must be brought into operation. Where you see acts of corruption, any acts that affect the integrity of government, bring it to the designated authority, which is the Integrity Commission. I'd also like to point out, Madam Speaker, that in due course, perhaps later in the year, we would like to set up a joint select committee to examine this Protected Disclosure Act, because it is due for assessment at this time. But we're not going to do it at this time, Madam Speaker. There are so many joint select committees operating now. We want them to bring to a closure their assessment, and perhaps in the next April, May, we want to set up a joint select committee to assess this Protected Disclosure Act. But, Madam Speaker, in closing, I'd just like to say to members of Parliament that the Integrity Commission is on a mission, I hope from what I've heard, to sensitize the country on levels of governance as to the problems of corruption in this country. We, as a country, must appreciate that corruption is a problem, and it really taints governance, and it is important that we remove corruption, because corruption causes contracts, transactions to affect how we operate. And what is more important, Madam Speaker, is that when there's corruption, the country does not get value for money. And in these circumstances, Madam Speaker, we're calling on the Integrity Commission to do its work and ensure that we reduce and eliminate corruption at every level. And this government will give full support to the Integrity Commission and ask the country to give full support to the Integrity Commission as we try to bring governance at the highest level of integrity. And so, Madam Speaker, I'm asking for the approval of this resolution in making the Integrity Commission the designated authority for the Protected Disclosure Act.
Those in favor?
No.
No, I beg your...
Madam Speaker. Oh, I just have a comment, and it's not, I'm not opposed to what is being proposed. In fact, I support it. But I want to comment more broadly on this legislation, because since its inception, it is, I don't know how many times it has been used, but it has been rarely used. And there are reasons for that. The first relates to there needs to be greater public education about the provisions of the Act. Secondly, there are conflicting views about what civil servants are which civil servants are subjected to the Official Secrets Act. And there have been cases where there are instances of corruption and civil servants are warned that you cannot speak because you are subject to the Official Secrets Act, even in cases where they're not. And so while it was a landmark piece of legislation to pass, we have to examine why it hasn't been used. Yes, we have a culture which is discourages the disclosure of information. That is without a doubt. But there are other things that I believe we can do as a parliament to encourage more persons to report on corruption. So I am supporting the resolution, but encouraging, as the Minister has said, an examination of the Act to see how we can ensure that it is operationalized, which was the intent of the passing of it.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from Southeast.
Madam Speaker, this Protected Disclosures Amendment of First Schedule Order Resolution 2021 is designed to do one thing. And it is designed to include in the first schedule the new Integrity Commission as one of the prescribed persons to whom disclosures may be made. Last week, as part of the presentation to the Cabinet by the Integrity Commission, the Cabinet gave a commitment that soonest we would ensure that the consequential matter of amending the first schedule to designate the Integrity Commission as one of the prescribed persons would be done. And it is what is happening today. The Minister has indicated that there are other issues which need to be addressed, but today it is a commitment that has been made by the Cabinet and a commitment that has been kept at the earliest opportunity. And this amendment with a specific designation of the Integrity Commission will go a long way in bringing comfort to those who would want to disclose critical information to the list of persons in the first schedule, with the Integrity Commission now being specified. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member from Southeast St. Andrew and from West Central St. James for their comments. Just to point out to the member from Southeast St. Andrew, you're right. I don't think enough has been made of this Whistleblower Act, and perhaps because people feel that they're controlled by various acts. What is important to note, member, is that there's confidentiality, so that even under the Secrets Act, if the information is brought to the various prescribed persons, once it is brought, the relevant persons can investigate without saying where the information came from. So that the idea of this Whistleblower Act, as it is generally known, once the information is brought, even if it is a disclosure from Cabinet, which is protected by the Secrets Act, the point is that the relevant agency can open an investigation to check and to investigate, as the case may be. So where the information comes from, Madam Speaker, is not important. The important point is that there is a revelation which is investigated, so that one would hope that the employee who brings this information, that not only will it be confidential, but at no time will the employee be revealed or that the employee is affected in any way. And that is the essence of this Protected Disclosure Act. So that perhaps, member, when we have the Joint Select Committee, we would try to educate the public, as you pointed out, and educate the civil service and other employees that when you see corruption around you or of anyone, once you bring it to the relevant prescribed persons, you are protected, and you cannot and should not be affected in any way. Agree? So we will try to do that when it finally comes to another Joint Select Committee. I want to thank the member from West Central St. James, because she pointed out that the Integrity Commission is on a mission which we in this Parliament must support, to sensitize various levels of government. And she indicated, and I hope it will come out in due course, that the Cabinet is being sensitized at the various operational level of the Integrity Commission, but that the whole country will soon be sensitized as to how the Integrity Commission is operating, and to let the country know that this Integrity Commission, of which billions of dollars have been invested already, and billions will be invested over the next number of years, so that we stamp out corruption in this country. Because, Madam Speaker, we can't deny that at various levels we have some corruption. And corruption is eroding and ensuring that the country is affected. And to the extent that we can remove corruption, Madam Speaker, the country will be the main beneficiary. So, Madam Speaker, with these comments, I ask for the House to approve this resolution.
Those in favor of the resolution? Those against? Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, I just want to, if I may, just recommit it's important that the amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies estimates are included in the resolution. So I beg to lay on the table of the House a copy of the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and the amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies estimate of revenue expenditure for the year ending March 31st, 2021. Madam Speaker, I beg to notice the motion given orally. And Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will remove, be it resolved that the report of the Standing Finance Committee of the whole House of Representatives, consisting of all members of the House, on the third supplementary estimates of expenditure for the financial year ending March 31st, 2021, and the amendment to the Jamaica Public Bodies estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending March 31st, 2021, which was laid on the table of the House on the 26th day of January 2021, be adopted. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I'll move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
So, the motion has been taken. So, Madam Speaker,
you can start the debate, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to just share some graphs on, since we have some time. Here. Okay, pass them back to me. I can give these next to over there. So, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise to just open the debate on the third supplementary estimates. Madam Speaker, Jamaica continues to face an extremely dangerous and extremely damaging global economic crisis brought on by the COVID-19 pandemic. This is by far the worst economic downturn in Jamaica's history. Among other things, the crisis has impacted economic output, which is forecasted to decline precipitously this fiscal year, having declined by 18.4% in the first quarter and 10.7% in the second quarter. Unemployment leapt from 7.3% in January of 2020 to 12.7% in July of 2020, before improving to 10.7% in October. Madam Speaker, government revenues have declined by approximately $72 billion, or 15%, for the first 9 months of the fiscal year as compared with the similar period last year. I ask you to reflect on that for a moment. $72 billion gone. But we have to keep the wheels of government turning. Police and fire service and education, hospitals and garbage collection. We have to continue to pay our massive debt or to service it. And on top of that, we have had to provide resources to respond to COVID, inclusive of unprecedented social and economic support, and over a total of $50 billion if you include amounts to the Ministry of Health, the amounts to public bodies, the social and economic support, and other areas. And with revenues declining, as I said before, by $72 billion, with very marginal, if any, public borrowing. The third graph in the chart that I have shown, and you could put it up on the screen, has the government's debt stock. If you could move to that chart, whoever is managing the PowerPoint, has the government's debt stock as at April 2020 being $2.087 trillion. As at December 2020, the debt stock was $2.072 trillion. So in nominal terms, our debt, can you give this to the speaker? Our debt in terms of absolute level has barely moved. The third, right, if everybody can read it, maybe not. But I've circulated a chart. Has barely moved, has stayed still. But we have had to, the only way all of this has been possible, Madam Speaker, is that we started the financial year with an opening cash balance in excess of $90 billion. And you'll hear me refer to this over and over, not today, but, well, today and in the future, because of the significance. So, Madam Speaker, for the 9 months of the fiscal year to December, I just want you to follow me on these numbers. We spent $466 billion with revenues coming in that were only $397 billion, i.e., we spent $70 billion more than we have collected in revenues. And the expenditure for 2021, even after the third supplementary estimates, is $22 billion or 5% higher than expenditures in 2019-20. So in the pandemic, despite the fact that revenues are $72 billion less, we have expanded expenditure by $22 billion more than last year, only because we are able to start the year with the $90 billion of cash, and thankfully, the nominal debt we have maintained at pretty much the same level. So, for the 9 months so far, Madam Speaker, we have absorbed the shock, we have rebalanced, we have provided over $50 billion of COVID-related support, and most importantly, we have maintained the stability of the economy. However, Madam Speaker, make no mistake about it, COVID-19 has delivered a monumental shock, and the path out is quite clear, but it's a narrow path with little room for error. We won't be able to do this and this and this and that. We will get out of the crisis, and Jamaica will recover and recover stronger. But that path is a narrow one, and we're going to have to be very focused and clear-minded about that. There are many competing demands, Madam Speaker, but we'll have to be very clear on our priorities if we are to avoid a bigger challenge. And again, make no mistake about it, around the world, we're going to see countries, many countries, many, including some in our region, who are going to end up in big trouble out of this pandemic. And the idea is that we avoid that, because it would make recovery much longer. So, Madam Speaker, now is a time for unity of purpose, which we have so far demonstrated. We will get through this preserving stability, and we will recover, provided that we are focused and we recognize up front that we cannot do everything. We must make deliberate and informed choices. Madam Speaker, the second supplementary estimates were predicated on a fiscal year economic contraction of only 7.6%. Funny that I can use the word only when describing such a massive forecast at the time. These estimates, in the third supplementary estimates, are based on a much higher fiscal contraction of 11.6%. So the second supplementary estimates, which would have been prepared in early September, late August, early September, and would have been passed in September, were predicated on 7.6% contraction. What we're looking at here for these estimates is a contraction of 11.6%. Now, Madam Speaker, the implication of this needs to be properly understood. In the interim fiscal policy paper, which was based on a 7.6% contraction, the forecast was for debt to GDP to end the fiscal year at about 103%. However, with marginal new debt thus far, as I have demonstrated by sharing with you the month-by-month movement in the debt stock, which went from 2.087 trillion, and it obviously goes up and down because of a foreign exchange component. It went as far as 2.146 trillion, and by the end of the year was at 2.072 trillion, has not changed in any appreciable amount, yet the collapse in GDP will result in a debt-to-GDP ratio ending the fiscal year at somewhere in the region of 108%, 109%, or even 110% of GDP. Madam Speaker, that reality is a serious constraint, and we know that from our history. That's not a region of debt to GDP that we can play around with. Our fiscal deficit, our increased fiscal deficit, Madam Speaker, is being financed by cash reserves, right? Not by any new borrowing, as I'm at great pains to point out and to repeat. Yet our debt ratio is going to climb by 15 points to as high, or 16 points to as high potentially as 110%. Madam Speaker, I put it to you that we'll need to do all that we can, all in our power, to contain its further rise, while recognizing that there are many things that are beyond the control of the government. Madam Speaker, for the 6 months ending September, revenues outperformed the first supplementary estimates by 8 billion, or 3%. And so in the second supplementary estimates, we are able to accommodate increased expenditure in health, in social welfare, in education, and in public investment. For the first 7 months of the fiscal year to October, revenues were ahead of the second supplementary estimates. However, for the 9 months ending December of 2020, revenues came in just below the second supplementary estimates by about 0.2%, or $800 million, even as increased expenditure is required for health and security, and hence the need for the third supplementary estimates. Revenues coming in under what was budgeted, or projected to come in under what's budgeted for second supplementary. Now, Madam Speaker, January is practically over, and all the warrants pertaining to January's expenditure have already been executed. We consider, debate, and hopefully pass these third supplementary estimates, therefore, with only 2 months left in the fiscal year, February and March. With pandemic mitigation measures such as curfews lasting longer than anyone would have wanted, under the third supplementary estimates, revenues are forecasted to be $8.6 billion lower for the full fiscal year than in the second supplementary estimates. However, Madam Speaker, it should be noted that we have kept expenditure fairly in line with total government expenditure in the third supplementary estimate at $850.3 billion, which is only $3.5 billion, or 0.3% less than the $853.8 billion approved in the second supplementary estimates. So, Madam Speaker, faced with an $8.6 billion decline in revenues and new allocations of $2 billion for health and security, we reduced overall expenditure by 0.3%, or $3.5 billion, and by reduced in areas that we just were not going to do again, like local government elections, the CAT bond, and other areas. And we'll pursue a deficit that's higher by $5 billion than in the second supplementary estimates, that latter adjustment being accommodated by a 0.1% change in the primary balance. Now, Madam Speaker, there has been some amount of erroneous headlines about the nature of expenditures that comprise the $3.5 billion, which has since been corrected by the media outlet that first put forward those errors. However, many people saw the original report, and I'll take this opportunity to again sort of clarify, Madam Speaker, that as far as education activities are concerned, there is no cut to education activities in the third supplementary estimates. In fact, it was in the second supplementary estimates that we increased the allocation by $1 billion so that the Ministry of Education could provide laptops to needy students. In the third supplementary estimates, we are simply reallocating $1.8 billion from the Ministry of Education to the Ministry of Energy, Science and Technology for the procurement of laptops for PATH students. This is the government's program where the Ministry of Education provides laptops for PATH students in specific grades. The Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology is the ministry with the knowledge, the experience and the supplier relationships in the procurement of laptops in scale and at short notice. In the service of efficiency and practicality, therefore, the Ministry of Education has engaged MSET to procure laptops on its behalf. In government accounting, this collaboration across ministries serves the public interest and is represented as a reduction in one area and an increase in another. But the activity is not cut. One way to look at it is that the Ministry of Education is procuring the laptops from MSET as the expert in this area. The Ministry of Education and the public it serves continues to be the beneficiaries. With respect to the fire trucks, Madam Speaker, there's a headline that used the word scratched, and that could not be more inaccurate, incorrect, and unfortunate. To be unequivocally clear, the government's commitment to acquire the fire trucks has not changed. And in fact, the timing of the delivery of the fire trucks remains as previously programmed in the first quarter of 21-22. What is reflected in the third supplementary estimates is a slight change in the payment schedule. Instead of making an interim payment in March, we're moving that into April with the final payment as planned in May of 2021 and the delivery of the trucks in the first quarter by end of June of 2021. Madam Speaker, the areas of genuine reductions in expenditure are as follows. There's a reduction of $860 million in the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, due largely to the deferral of expenditure of $900 million, which had been programmed to facilitate the government's issue of a catastrophe bond intended to provide an additional layer of financial protection in the event of a catastrophic natural disaster event. So again, that's a deferral of expenditure. The markets are closed and won't accommodate the issue of that bond right now, so we're deferring it to the next financial year. There's $1 billion from the Office of the Prime Minister, $940 million of which is due to the postponement of local government elections. And there is $2 billion in pensions reflecting projected balances which will not be utilized by March 31st, 2021. That is where the $3.5 billion essentially comes from. With respect to pensions, Madam Speaker, pensions are being reduced as a result of an over-provision for the number of new retirees in 2020-21. The government's budgets for new retirees separately from the budget for persons already in receipt of a pension at the start of the fiscal year. As most new retirees opt for a lump sum payment and a reduced pension in the amount of new pensions can be significant. And due to public pension reform, the public sector retirement age has been changing each year by 1 year until it gets to 65. And it has been challenging to accurately estimate the exact number of persons who will retire in the fiscal year. This has been a trend for the past few years. In addition, COVID may have introduced other dynamics. So I have a graph that shows over the past few years that we have had the situation where the estimates have been ahead of actual expenditure, and this year is no different. This year is not unique in that regard. This has happened in the 3 previous fiscal years. Madam Speaker, reductions on the capital budget are driven mainly by utilization levels of projects to date and projections to the end of the fiscal year. Ministries with projects will not utilize 100% of existing allocation by March 31st, and they include the Office of the Prime Minister, where we have the youth employment in digital and creative industries with $190 million reduction, and that's due to the fact that the pandemic has meant a scaling down of activities in that area, just due to the fact of social distance measures and other limitations. We have not been able to execute as previously planned. In the Ministry of National Security, there's a reduction in the capital budget of $380 million due to a slower than expected execution due to the pandemic. It will, however, continue in the next financial year. With respect to the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, there's a delayed execution. There was over $800 million provided for the Essex Valley irrigation, but procurement and other delays have meant that the activity will go into, well, it would ordinarily go into the next fiscal year, but the things that are behind will just move across the fiscal year into April. And similarly, for some of the roads that are being repaired, some of that activity will take place and the payments will happen in the next fiscal year. So, Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly curtailed the ability of some ministries, departments, and agencies to complete some of the program activities, including the recruitment of staff. And these amounts have either been redirected to other MDAs or cut as highlighted above. MDAs that have benefited from additional resources include the Ministry of Health and Wellness with $1.3 billion, of which $953 million is to facilitate COVID-19 related activities. There's an additional $518 million for the Poverty Reduction Program in the Office of the Prime Minister, and $478 million in additional resources for the Police Department, and $200 million in additional resources for the maintenance of secondary roads. So we are increasing expenditure in these areas, which totals about $2 billion. Madam Speaker, members are advised that some adjustments reflect the finalization of subject assignments, which took place in September 20 and arise out of the creation of the new Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, the new Ministry of Urban Renewal and Climate Change. So, in summary, Madam Speaker, the revenue and expenditure profile generates a primary surplus of $58.2 billion, which is $5 billion lower than in the second supplementary estimates and is equivalent to 3% of GDP. The government's CARE program continues to make payouts in the last quarter, and indeed payments were made in January, and we expect others to be made in February. So, Madam Speaker, these are highly unusual times. We are forecasting a contraction in GDP of 11.6%. The government revenues for the 9 months, and there are 3 months left, are down by $72 billion. Yet we have provided a COVID response that approximates $50 billion, which has been financed by opening cash balances. And though our nominal debt, measured in dollars, has remained flat, in light of a contraction, a historic contraction of 11.6%, our debt to GDP ratio is likely to reach 108 to 110% by the end of the fiscal year, and that creates a narrow path. There's not much room for error. We won't be able to do everything, but with focus and prioritization, we will continue to ensure that we will be able to do the most important things and to always do the most important things. Madam Speaker, I ask that we bear in mind, Mr. Speaker, the very unusual circumstances that have been brought on by this pandemic, and which we have so far been able to navigate while providing a response and remain in stability and maintaining stability. And it is our intention going forward to continue to provide a response, to move towards economic recovery while we maintain stability. But with the deterioration that is caused by a massive contraction in GDP to the tune of nearly 12%, there are limitations that are imposed as a result of that. And we with the prioritizations I've just established, social protection and safety, economic recovery, and macroeconomic stability, Jamaica will see better days, and we will recover stronger than we ever were before. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable the House to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day.
Question is that the House be to sit beyond the 7:30. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to be long because I know we'll have an opportunity in the debate to share ideas on how we think we need to move forward. There's no gainsaying the economic situation that the country is in. It has been the most significant impact that the country has ever experienced. Where we may differ, Mr. Speaker, is determining what those priorities are and offering solutions on how we believe we can grow that denominator. The Minister has been at pains to indicate that the debt to GDP ratio may end up at 109, 110%, because while the debt has remained the same, the contraction in GDP has pushed that number up. But we obviously have to find ways to grow the denominator so that we can restore the ratios and come back to the targets. And we have different views on that. And while we recognize, and everybody recognizes, you can't do everything, but there are some priorities that I believe are inescapable. The data which shows the level of food insecurity, and I mentioned it because I think anybody in this House who interacts with their constituents on a daily basis feels it, feels just the nature, the changing nature of the requests that are made and the demands that constituents have of us. That is a priority because while we hold the numbers, the reality on the ground also has to hold if we're going to have stability. We have, frankly, been the beneficiaries of an unprecedented increase in remittances at about 30-odd%, which outstrips anywhere else in the region, and I think that has been the saving grace and has maintained some social stability. But in spite of that, I believe there are very deliberate measures that can be taken to grow the GDP. So while we try to contain, we facilitate growth. We have already said, the opposition leader, the spokesman on health, that the extent to which we can accelerate the acquisition of these vaccines, build bilateral relationships with other countries outside of COVAX, will facilitate the containment of this virus and a return to normality. That, more than anything else, is the number one priority, because if we don't contain the virus, the economy can't grow. And thus far, we have, I don't want to say we have put all the eggs in a particular basket, but we have to shift our focus. We have a neighbor to the north, Cuba, that is developing something. We have India, where we get most of our vaccines and other medical supplies from. We have to be more aggressive in finding a solution to the vaccine problem, simply because every country, sad to say, is in it for him or herself. And this is a time that we have to be selfish too and look out for our own interests. So to summarize, we understand the situation the government is in. The numbers can't lie. Where we differ are what we believe to be some of the prescriptions going forward, some of the priorities that I believe are immediate, but as I said, I believe in the debate coming up, we can examine and go further. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member for his contribution, and we look forward to suggestions, ideas. It's a really unusual time. Madam Speaker, I ask that the third supplementary estimates be approved.
The question before the House.
Sorry, the report, let me do it properly. Sorry. Madam Speaker, I ask that the motion be approved.
Yes. The question before the House is that the motion be approved. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, it is not contemplated for us to do any further business today. I therefore ask that the House adjourns until Tuesday, February the 2nd, 2021 at 2 p.m. Madam
The question
Speaker.
before the House is that the House do adjourn until Tuesday, the 2nd of February. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. This House is now adjourned.
Healthcare workers are working very hard to ensure lives are saved and people recover quickly from COVID-19. But their work is becoming harder because you're not wearing your mask, washing your hands with soap and water, or using hand sanitizer, and you are not maintaining physical distance. Let's limit the need for hospital beds and ventilators. Do the right thing. Cover your nose and mouth with a mask. Practice good hand hygiene and maintain a physical distance of 6 feet between you and others. COVID-19 is not over. Protect yourself while protecting others. A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
We remain resilient in our fight against known and unknown threats to our country. We are never daunted.
We are committed to continuously deliver effective and efficient service when we save lives and protect property.
And we continue to reassure with courtesy, integrity, and respect for the rights of all.
We are building
forward
together.
Jamaica, home of the resilient, passionate and hard-working. A people and a nation who have achieved and defied all odds, working to keep their economy growing, their country thriving, from investments made in innovative opportunities and exports demanded globally. We have a vision, now within our grasp, where Jamaica becomes the place of choice to live, work, raise families, and do business. We will